Show the show song. The second for the song. So much of invite our honorable guests, Mr. Shivaraja Ramanathan, to proceed Embark. She's conventional to the dais and would request Professor Mahesh Panchabala and Professor Indumati Nandan to welcome them with a gift hamper. The gift hamper is crafted with a commitment to sustainability and every stage of this competition. We have seized these plants from our local horticulture department and these pots from our own house to cut in short-lived shower decoration which imparts high carbon and water for the trees. And many such decisions like distribution of water bottles to all our fields here, which would otherwise result in hundreds of PET bottles per 3 times a day for the constituencies. With products that resonates with our idea to cut down on single-use plastics. We have included a book that plans the idea on how to go about zero-waste journey, upcycle products from waste like bioenzymes, floor cleaners, detergents, handmade soaps, and reusable cutlery and travel-friendly glasses to cut down on single-use plastics. They say the world needs not just one perfect person, but thousands of imperfect person to make it sustainable. So we have started our journey towards Yeah. Bioenzyme. This is a flow cleaner made from organic peels. You can show and then I can. This is a dupe stick that is made from flower waste. Dishwasher made again from waste. Handmade soap. This is a sanitizer again made from waste. So we have made our baby steps in this perfect, imperfect journey. Please join us in taking this forward. Welcome to Carbon Zero Challenge.
We would like to invite our Dean of Alumni and Corporate Relation, Professor Mahesh Panchakula, to welcome the audience.
Good morning, friends. It's a delight to be here at the inauguration of the Carbon Zero Challenge. This is the second edition of the Carbon Zero Challenge, third edition of the second, thank you, Shivraman. Third edition of the Carbon Zero Challenge competition. And I want to congratulate Indu, Shivraman, and the organizing team for having persisted with this idea through difficult COVID times to pull together the event for a third edition. There are three words in the title of this competition: Carbon Zero Challenge. Each one has a meaning. As we all know, we are more than 70–80% water, but in the remaining part, we are significant carbon. Now, suddenly, carbon is the villain. Carbon itself is not the villain, but when it's combined with oxygen, another good friend of ours has taken on a villainish connotation. Carbon dioxide itself, again, is not the villain. It's when that carbon dioxide is in the gaseous form. You can have carbon dioxide sequestered in a cave, you can have it sequestered in underground, you can have it sequestered in water. There's no problem. So we're only worried right now about carbon dioxide in the gaseous form, and that's an immediate, imminent, and a perceptive threat. The science has settled the debate for us that global warming is anthropomorphic and is a threat to everybody in the world, not just those who live on the coastal cities. It took me a while to understand why is it that I, having been born and brought up in Hyderabad, a plateau about 6,000 feet above sea level, why would I need to, or I don't know, not 6,000, probably 4,000 or 5,000 feet above sea level, why would I need to worry about global warming? There are clear and imminent threats from living an unsustainable carbon lifestyle. And if you look at every mitigating strategy out there that the industry is seriously contemplating, from going to renewable energy, from looking at repositioning, let's say, a cement manufacturing or a steel manufacturing, these are extremely carbon intensive and they're linear carbon processes. All of the discussion is none of the discussion is around reducing the intensity of the carbon cycle. It is only about, first of all, creating a circular carbon economy. In other words, I create carbon waste that I somehow bring back into a usable product. Indu talked of several examples that are in the hamper here. But I want to emphasize one point that I have sort of come to realize now, and I'm also still ruminating and debating, that the intensity of this carbon cycle is also an important part. If each of us today consumes, maybe 400 or 500 kilowatt hours of power at home, and let's say I'll decide to bring 400 or 500 kilowatt hours of power in the form of solar energy. My own hypothesis today is 10 years from now, that solution would be looked at as being unfeasible. You would first have to cut your usage from 400 down to something smaller, maybe down to 1970s level when we all lived with 40, 50 kilowatt hours, and then make that circular. Because the intensity of the carbon cycle is something that we don't talk about. I hope some of the teams that will be part of this challenge will talk of sustainable ways of reducing the intensity of the carbon cycle, while other teams will work on the circularity aspect. So assuming circularity will be achieved at some point, I want to propose a new paradigm to this problem, that the intensity of the cycle will also be a challenge as we go forward. Okay, I wish all the teams a successful challenge at this very daunting problem. The challenge is not in the problem, the challenge is in all of us. Let us realize that and work towards that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your very inspiring message. Now we take this opportunity to stream a video showing CZC achievements and milestones since it was launched.
Space Shuttle Atlantis, our mission to build. We face unprecedented challenges relating to human-driven climate change, population growth, and urban expansion. These challenges are more acute. Young innovators that can think of unconventional and revolutionary solutions are the key to addressing them. Understanding this need, IIT Madras launched Carbon Zero Challenge, or C0C, with a vision to create a global impact by combining three powerful factors, namely innovation, entrepreneurship, and environment, to protect the future generations.
The contest identifies and nurtures student teams and early-stage startups with unique and ingenious solutions to the environmental problems of India in 5 thematic domains of agriculture, industries, transportation, urban areas and cities, water and waste management.
The second edition of the competition, C0C 2019, is an all-India contest launched by IIT Madras in June 2018, with full support from Virtusa Corporation.
C0C 2019 started with 996 applications from 25 states across India. After a rigorous process of shortlisting by business experts and technical experts, 24 teams were selected.
These shortlisted teams received training and mentoring, in addition to the financial support of up to 5 lakh rupees over a period of 6 months to build their prototypes and evolve their business models.
The progress of the teams were closely monitored throughout the contest with staged fund release, the progress reports, and a one-on-one midterm review by a panel of judges.
The contest culminates in a 3-day exhibition launched on World Environment Day, June 5th, 2019, where 12 experts headed by a 3-member jury panel from industry and academia evaluate the teams. The winning teams will be announced in a grand ceremony on June 7th, 2019.
Here is a quick look at the shortlisted teams. A Coimbatore-based startup, CarPro Technologies, has developed an energy-efficient and environmentally friendly agricultural dehydrator to increase the shelf life of fruits, vegetables, and spices for a year without any change in their nutritional value, color, taste, or aroma.
Team Magma from KCG College of Technology in Chennai has developed a multifunctional, electrically powered, remote-controlled agricultural machine designed for those low-income farmers with small farms as a replacement for human or animal labor.
Pristine Energia, an IIT Madras-based student team, invented an eco-friendly, self-sustained integrated closed-cycle converter to produce activated carbon from coconut shells in a single-step process, unlike the expensive two-stage process currently in use by the industry.
Team Alicious Energy, a spin-off from IIT Madras, has developed a high-energy density 3D printed tubular PEM fuel cell that has superior volumetric power density and low operating costs than conventional alternatives.
Ingo Electric is a startup from Bangalore that is building an electric kick scooter customized to Indian road conditions with airless in-wheel suspension tires, secure swapping, fast-charging battery, and three-wheel attachment that can be monitored through a mobile app.
Team Geeta from IIT Madras has developed a personal mobility solution targeting students and office workers in urban areas. These unique class of e-bikes feature excellent on-road performance and incorporate pedal assist and power on-demand technology.
Another student team from IIT Madras, Freshen Technologies, has developed electrically powered cold storage solution that can be charged offline for energy-efficient cold chain logistics.
Clean Electric, a startup from IIT DHU in Varanasi, aims to solve the problem of last-mile connectivity and enable faster adoption of electric vehicles in India with their electric powertrain solutions to increase the range of light transport vehicles.
Knowing the quality of air in your neighborhood has become easier with IIT Madras, Team Katra, that developed an air pollution monitoring system that integrates information from distributed sensors across different stationary and movable locations with AI and machine learning algorithms.
Startup UFarm from Mumbai is combining highly efficient vertical farming techniques with IoT technologies and data science to deliver pesticide-free, fresh produce at your doorstep, using 85% less water than conventional farming techniques.
While manual scavenging is illegal, this practice continues in several parts of India, leading to unnecessary deaths and personal hardship to the scavengers. Team Sepoy from IIT Madras has developed an automatic robot capable of moving across all 3 dimensions to homogenize and clean the sludge, thereby providing a viable alternative for cleaning the septic tanks.
Team Insulite Ceramics from ICT Mumbai is solving the challenge of fly ash generated from coal-based thermal power plants by creating lightweight and thermally insulating ceramics that can be used for indoor tiling, decorative pottery, and industrial or domestic thermal insulation.
Indriam Biologics, a startup from Thiruvananthapuram, developed an automated mini biodiesel reactor that works on the principle of enzyme-based catalysis to convert locally available variable quality cheap feedstock, such as used cooking oil, to biodiesel.
Team Water Chakra from IIT Madras has developed a prototype that uses waterless urinals to achieve significant water savings, recovery of low carbon footprint chemicals, biofertilizers, and treated water. Their solution aims at successful business model around toilets in line with Swachh Bharat Abhiyan.
Team RIX, a student team from Techno India NJR Institute of Tech, Udaipur, evolved a process to develop eco-friendly, low-cost, and lightweight bricks, paver blocks, curbstones, tree guards from waste material such as waste plastic, marble slurry, demolition waste, and fly ash.
Team Tefnut Freshwater, comprising of alumni of IIT Madras, are generating fresh water and cool, dry air from sea breeze captured just before the salt spray using a scalable energy-efficient system to address the twin challenges of water scarcity and rising temperatures.
Students from ICT Mumbai developed germ-safe water technology to disinfect water using hydrodynamic cavitation. This chemical-free solution removes 99% microorganisms from groundwater.
Team MD Water, a student team from NIT Trichy, has developed a scalable, solar-powered, multi-effect vacuum membrane distillation system using recyclable material to provide energy-efficient solution for desalination, brine concentration, and wastewater treatment for zero liquid discharge.
Gwalior-based startup Enviraj Consulting has developed an IoT-based smart drip irrigation solution for reducing water wastage and fertilizer use in farmlands and landscapes.
Paper Labs, a paper-based sensor developed by students at IIT Madras, is a paper-based sensor that quickly changes color in presence of high concentrations of pesticide residues in fruits and vegetables. This reduces sample rejection rate in exports and ensures food safety.
The video indeed gave a vivid insight about CZC milestones. I would now request Professor Indumati Nambi, Principal Coordinator, Carbon Zero Challenge, to share with us about the journey of the third edition of CZC. Ma'am, please.
Very good morning to all of you. I would like to join Professor Mahesh in welcoming all of you to this event, particularly people who have driven and flew from a lot of places across India and also from across the oceans. Dr. Ramesh Srinivasan is here from US just for this event. Thank you very much, and particularly the guest in on our dais, Shri Skandan sir, whom I have been very closely associated during his time as Pollution Control Board Chairperson. Professor Prasad Modak is again a long-term associate when he was in IIT Mumbai as a professor and now a full-time environment expert, mentoring multiple countries in the environment domain. And also Mr. Shivaraja, again, although we are associated for a very short time, our association has grown into developing the whole policy framework for circularity, in circularity education and circularity, imbibing circularity in startup ecosystem. That is something which we are working very closely. So I'm very happy to have the right people today with us. Very soon, Commissioner Chennai Corporation and our director will be joining us. Before that, I wanted to quickly run through what we have done for this third cohort of Carbon Zero Challenge. You have seen what we have done in the previous cohorts. We are proud of all our 50 teams who graduated from Carbon Zero, the last two cohorts in 2018 and 19. Yeah. So the idea of them coming up with this contest came from a long-term desire. I think this is a desire which people working in the environment field have always felt. A lot of technologies are being developed in academic institutes and research laboratories across the world, not only in India. But very few are translating into solutions in the field for the government, for the industry. And this gap is very wide, particularly in India. And we often go to import technologies from abroad at a very high cost. And most often they are not very suitable or adaptable to our country. It has to be changed or converted to suit our ecosystem, our climate conditions, and our problems. Okay, so that is the idea. So we also have grand challenges across the world, not only India-centric, but across the world, there are grand challenges like what we are, the title of the contest when we started was Carbon Zero. That's a big grand challenge we are all facing. Water, again, we are having huge issues, both quality and quantity. Then we have soil. Soil is a fast depleting resource, both in terms of quality, particularly in terms of quality. And this is actually the UN decade for soil conservation and soil quality. So there is a huge demand to address that particular problem. Air quality, we're hearing reports everywhere about air quality, which is being dwindling. And also resources. Resources are it's a very wide topic, but all the resources, both renewable and non-renewable, are dwindling and losing its quality because we are always following this linear approach. So all these grand challenges, we in the academia working in different fields, mechanical, civil, environmental, many domains, we have expertise which can solve these grand challenges. So on the other hand, if you look at entrepreneurship and startups, it's booming. Okay, the last 10 years have been really good. And the last few years in India, it has been very, very good for startups. But again, these numbers say that it is really good even for clean tech startups. But the problem is, when we say clean tech, most of the startups are working in the energy sector. Of course, energy is also a resource which has to be conserved, and we need to find new sources of energy, clean energy, low carbon energy, green energy, whatever we can call. But that is only one part of the problem. As I told, these 5 resources, we call them Panchabhutams in our Indian language, Tamil or Hindi or Sanskrit. Air, water, energy, soil, and instead of Akash, we are looking at materials. So these 5 Panchabhutams have to be conserved, and we need startups, we need innovations to conserve, protect, and return these resources back into a usable form, back into the environment. So we try to find out where India stands, and the reports are not very encouraging in terms of innovations and startups in the clean tech space. So again, the numbers are here to see. And also when you look at the indices which are being developed, Clean Tech Innovation Index by UNIDO shows a drop for India's rank from 42nd to 29th percentile in 3 years. So these are the gaps and challenges we wanted to address in this through this challenge. There is an urgent need to develop an ecosystem to bridge the eco-innovation gap and capitalize on the growing clean tech market and investments. So Carbon Zero, as you just saw, started in 2017 with small funding support by US Consulate and a large grant by Virtusa to support the prototypes. The idea or the motto is ideate, innovate, incubate. We train youngsters to think innovatively in the environment space, and we help them create, change, build their ideas into working prototypes, and also incubate their ideas in incubation ecosystems across the country. So a glimpse of the last cohort, we had about 1,000 ideas, 25 states, cutting across 25 colleges from 25 states and 361 colleges. Sorry for the jumble, I think, because of the format. Yes, and we got a really good coverage by the media and press, and a lot of experts came down to us and said that it is an excellent initiative, which motivated us to do more and more such cohorts. And unfortunately, COVID came by and we had a break. And now we are back again. CZC 2022 was launched in August by our director. These are some of the events where our team participated, and our Prime Minister appreciated the prototypes, what we demonstrated. So in summary, the outcomes of the last 2 rounds. 44 prototypes were built, out of which 9 have gone to become pilots in the field. 9 new startups have been formed, along with the early stage startups we supported. The numbers are much bigger. And many of them got large funds to grow their startups and their ideas. And we have about 7 patents coming out of, new patents coming out of the Carbon Zero Challenge cohorts. And in all, we have impacted about 500, trained 500 students in entrepreneurship. So it's not just the money we give, we also train them, very intensive training on how to build eco startups. Entrepreneurship training is what we get everywhere, but we are focusing on adding on the sustainability component, sustainability metrics to the existing entrepreneurship training programs. We have touched about 4,000 plus students through our outreach programs conducted during various events, including our Shastra. And we have tried to map the different SDGs we are able to touch through our innovations. Each team has come up with different SDGs which they are touching upon. And also they have calculated, if you look at the numbers on the left-hand side, how much water footprint and carbon footprint and eco footprint reductions they are able to achieve with their innovations. So a lot of learnings happened during the last 2 Carbon Zero cohort. Particularly, we found that the teams need to mature beyond Carbon Zero and go ahead and become successful startups. We are seeing a lot of startups coming up every day, but not many are becoming successful. The valley of death, they call it. Okay, the percentage who do not become successful is quite large. We want to avoid that with our startups. And that is why we tell them, don't rush to become a startup. Go through a pre-incubation program after Carbon Zero. That is our next process. We are going to set up a pre-incubation center. Make sure that you do want to become an entrepreneur. It's not just a college project, okay, or a PhD project which you just ends at the end of the day or end of this program. We want them to continue the journey. We will support you through your journey. Make sure that these will become successful startups. So pre-incubation center is also in the plan. We don't want, many of our teams did not continue. Only 30% success rate we have got through Carbon Zero. So we want to move that up. And the new thing in 2022 is looking at conservation of resources, as I just talked about. And this time we are targeting teams which come with a faculty lead, because even if the teams graduate, the faculty will take the idea and continue the journey with new students. The idea doesn't die, all our efforts don't die. So we are encouraging faculty also to come into our entrepreneurship training programs. And we are also looking for not just technology innovations, but policy innovations, business model innovations, along with, and a combination of all these digital innovations and combinations of technology, deep tech, and digital. And these are more details. I don't want to bore you with that. The timeline, we are here at the midpoint. A lot of process has gone by for the recruitment or inviting the teams. We took 3 months to bring them into Carbon Zero Challenge, a lot of marketing effort. And then there were 2 rounds of evaluation, online and through interview rounds. We selected these top 30 teams who are right here today. And from now, they will be given financial support. They'll be given one-on-one mentoring, both with their own technical mentors, and we will pair them with business mentors. And we will be giving them a lot of visibility. Like here, we have brought a lot of people from industry, investors, and other colleges and experts. So they'll be getting a lot of visibility through our programs and an opportunity to network, and we will connect with IIT labs, IIT faculty to get the needed training and lab support if they need. So this year, the statistics is presented here. 780 teams registered and 406 teams completed our application process. 193 student teams were there among the 406. And we have actually narrowed it down to 110 applications or teams who would be chosen for the interview from 406. Okay, the 110 applications or the teams went through a very rigorous process of interviews. And this is how the spread is for the different thematic areas. Again, a spread statistics on where they are all coming from. Again, Tamil Nadu teams are much larger than the other state teams. I think we have to spread the message to the other states for the next round in a much more structured manner. The category of participants, we have about students leading the numbers, followed by startups. And these are all the leads of the team. So faculty also led teams are also quite large in number. And research scholars are showing interest, which is a good sign. And these are just a sample of the experts who have contributed in the shortlisting efforts. We have a large number here, both from industry, academia, both from IITs across the road, from Anna University. We have brought people who are in the startup domain and also some VCs. So it's a mix of different experts here. Many of them are here. I'm very happy to see them come in person to celebrate this moment with us. Some of the glimpses of the interviews, a rigorous 10-day interview for the 110 teams. And the last 3.5 days, the teams came and they are going through a boot camp. The half-day boot camp is going to be done this afternoon. With that, they complete the 3.5 days intensive boot camp on customer discovery, business model development, prototype development, and sustainability metrics. And at this juncture, I would like to thank our GDC team led by Mr. Raghutama Rao. A very big hand of applause to the entire team. Has been leading this effort of training these teams and putting them into that rigor of entrepreneurship, getting them out of that technology and the lab mindset to becoming an entrepreneur mindset. And I went through that 4 years ago, and I know what it is. So it was a very intensive boot camp. And I'm very thankful to the team here, along with Dr. Ramesh Srinivasan from US. He's joining us today to give the sustainability training. And Dr. Hiran Vedam, who has again been a very long-term associate of Carbon Zero Challenge. And she is training many students across the country in entrepreneurship, particularly clean tech entrepreneurship. Thank you, Hiran and Ramesh. Okay, so what next? The teams will be released funds in 3 tranches. There will be monthly reviews by the expert committees in the different thematic areas. Again, it will be a very rigorous one. They'll be looking at how the prototype is building, how the business model building is happening, and how they are building their sustainability metrics. And by the end of 6 months in June, that's when the demo day will happen. All the teams will bring their prototypes from wherever they are to IIT Madras, and we'll have a 4-day exhibition of the prototypes. We'll be bringing in colleges, schools, investors, incubators, industries, government to see our teams. We will give you a platform. We're very proud of you all. You're going through the whole exercise along with us. So we would be very happy to show your prototype to all these people so that you can benefit through these interactions. And finally, 5 teams will be chosen to get the startup grant of 10 lakhs each. Finally, this is our dream, a dream to build a sustainability incubator, or not only for carbon zero teams, but for teams across the country, particularly in the state of Tamil Nadu, who are working in the eco-entrepreneurship area. We would like to have a pre-incubator, as I told you, and then we would like to have mature some of the teams who are really showing the signs of having a successful startup, they will be sent to the sustainability incubator. There will be another round at the end of 2 years of pre-incubation. So these are all ambitious missions, which is aligned with our country's mission of Swachh Bharat, Make in India, Atmanirbhar Bharat, and also we would like to help the government achieve its net zero commitment much earlier than 2070. So we are looking for support for future rounds of carbon zero, pre-incubator, and the sustainability incubator. I would like to stop here. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, ma'am. We would like to invite Mr. Satish from Kartru, who is one of the 2019 finalists. So the Satish is not here, so we'll call upon the next team. We request Dr. Shivagami, co-founder of Samud Yoga Waste Chakra, who is a finalist of 2018.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity first. We were one of the finalists in Carbon Zero Challenge 2018. We started our journey as Team Enviro. We were 5 members in that time. We just started to develop a decentralized solar-powered pyrolysis plant for disposing the plastic waste at the source itself. When we attended the first level of interview, we found out that developing a small pyrolysis unit in multiple places, it's going to be a major fire hazard per se. So we slowly moved the design aspect from the small scale pyrolysis plant to decentralized, a medium level pyrolysis plant where it can be handle the waste from local level to the community level. So we developed the prototype with the 5 lakh funding. And then we got the solar panels for operating the equipments in the batch prototype. And then we were successful in getting the results of the pyrolysis products, like pyrolysis oil, which is in the range of diesel as well as char. We were very enthusiastic that we were able to extract the diesel from the plastics. We have seen multiple papers making this particular thing. But when we are getting that particular oil, when we are running the trial, it was so enthusiastic, and we ran trials, multiple trials within that demo day period. And at least some 10 liter of diesel, 8 to 10 liter of diesel we were able to generate. Even though it's not relevant to the diesel color, we were able to get the characteristics of the diesel. That first experience, we can't ever forget that. So the diesel characteristics we analyzed. We thought, since many of the other pyrolysis units are there in India and worldwide, we thought we are not going to get any prize out of this. Anyway, we developed a prototype because we group of 5 were researchers mainly. We were 3 were doing PhD. I was the postdoc at that time. So whatever we developed, it was able to give the results. That itself we consider as a wonderful achievement. At the end of the day, demo day, the results were declared. We were one of the finalists and we got 10 lakhs. We were so excited. But at the end of the 10 lakhs getting, what to do with that 10 lakhs? Who is going to do what? How we are going to take forward the journey is the $1 million question mark, because everybody is going to finish their PhD, as well as I was about to finish my postdoc. And also we were not very familiar with these entrepreneur things, because we were mostly into more of academic research, business and all. It will be like very far from our knowledge. So slowly what we thought is, whoever is there, we will continue doing the R&D. Whether we are taking it to next level or we will just publish it as paper. Irrespective of whatever may be the case, since the results, whatever we achieved was quite impressive, I don't want to leave that particular R&D as such. So 2 of them left. In the 10 lakhs, we employed one project associate. I were guiding him and we were running multiple trials. In the meantime, whatever the startup funding comes, we slowly applied. In one of the way, we applied the Engineers India Limited funding, which was like 100 lakhs funding. We five went to Delhi and presented thing. Fortunately or unfortunately, we got that 100 lakhs funding. And then only we realized that what type of work we are doing, how intense it is going to be. If we want to get the 100 lakhs funding, we have to register it as a startup. That's the first condition. So if we are going to register, who is going to take which responsibility? Before starting it as startup, it's going to be a research work. I don't have any hesitation in doing that because it's part of my life. I love to do that. Okay, so we started, we got the approval letter and then we have to register it startup. One of my co-founders that time, I just want to mention the names, whoever worked that time. Dr. Divya Priya, she is currently in Swiss as a postdoc and then finished, she joined as job. Dr. Ramya Selvaraj is now in NIT Raipur. So two more friends, Keshav and then Arvind, they were in other jobs. So Keshav and Arvind want to leave for their jobs. Ramya want to leave for her company administration. Divya want to leave for postdoc. So each of them have commitments. And really, I also don't want to stay because I want to leave for some of the IIT, NIT. I want to be very true in this. Okay. I were trying this also parallelly. And whatever may be the case, we will register. Because in the meantime of 2 years, by running all the trials, consumables, design, we exhausted the total 10 lakhs. But at the end of the 2 lakhs, when we got the Engineers India Limited funding, we got the design ready. So that was the whole thing we made us ready in the 1 year time frame with the 10 lakhs. But even though we have some ups and downs, the mentor system available in IIT ecosystem, that made us to run through the whole journey. We were very thankful for that. Whether known people or unknown people, I never seen that people, but if I go to anyone for any help, they were immediately ready to help us. That is one of the major advantage in the ecosystem. So we were now moved from 5 kg per day system to 500 kg per day system design, and then with the 100 kg per day with the 100 lakhs funding, we have now installed and erected the plastic pyrolysis plant in Perugudi. We are going to start the dry run in this week, and then in the 2 weeks time frame, we will be commissioning the plant. So I have some of the images here. So can you just go to the first slide? Yeah, that first slide is like, that's where we started as a small localized pyrolysis plant, and we moved to this 5 kg per day system, and then we have moved to the this half a ton capacity system. The current team consists of, even though the old team moved to their own responsibilities, the current team taking care of this. I also thankful for them. I am currently working in VIT as associate professor, but as and when required, I am just trying to give whatever the inputs necessary for moving the R&D part. I am thankful to Divakar, Vinod, as well as Madhyagan, who is taking part in this particular journey and taking the things moving on from this, where we left, and to take on this further. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you all for listening. Yeah, thank you, Sriram sir.
Sriram sir has been a mentor all along, right from the early stage. I hope you can hear me. Sriram sir, where are you? Please, yeah. So I'm also part of the journey, as you saw there. Shivagami, hope you can hear me. Can you hear me? Shivagami's story actually tells the side of a startup. We usually hear rosy pictures of a startup. They go launch it and it's great. Okay, but this is reality. This is the reality. There are a lot of uncertainties. Even though you have funding, you will not have people. Even if you have people, you have to work with fabricators. They may not work with you as much as you want them to work. So it is a lot of uncertainty, but the important message is 5 years down the line, they are still king, and a large plant is ready to be inaugurated very soon in our Chennai dump site, Perungudi dump site, by probably some dignitaries. We will invite all of you for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Satish, team lead at Carter, to share his experience and learnings from CZC.
Good morning. I didn't prepare a very elaborate pitch for this, but yeah. So this is Satish. I'm the team lead at Carter. I'm a final year PhD scholar at the Department of Chemical Engineering, and I work under Professor Raghunathan Rangaswamy. We work on Carter, which is air in Tamil, and we provide hyperlocal air quality solutions using low-cost mobile monitoring technology. So our journey started in 2018, July, August, when we were just thinking of this idea, hey, how do we solve the problem of, how do we understand how the air quality is around us? It was just a question that we were trying to figure out. And then we saw this ad for Carbon Zero Challenge, and then we were like, okay, let's give it a shot. So we entered the competition. I had 4 more undergrads who were IITM alumni, who I roped in. And we said, okay, let's apply for it. Coincidentally, we got in, and that is when Carter began. So that is when we actually named the group Carter. And yeah, so I think there were a lot of learning that happened during Carbon Zero Challenge. So once we entered Carbon Zero Challenge, there was this other initiative, GDC, which we entered, and then this ICORE program, where it was all about how do you identify your customer segment? How do you figure out whether you have a product or not? So we went through that journey. And then at the end, the main question was, okay, you want to measure air quality at very high resolution. Who's going to buy your product? Where are you going to sell this? So but then we were still, we were like, okay, we were confident that we'll get through somewhere. And with the prototype funding that we received, we made our first ever Carter device, which we deployed, and we collaborated with Cube, which is another organization in Research Park. And we did our first pilot project with the funding that we received from CZC. And one of the most important aspects of CZC was with respect to mentorship and the visibility, as well as the feedback that we got. I think that's unparalleled. So the point is, when you just have an idea and you want to go out and figure out whether this idea is feasible or not, whether it will work or not, you need to talk to tons of people. And it's very difficult. So if you have to find technical experts, if you have to find people who are into clean technology, if you have to find industry experts, it's extremely difficult to go looking for all these people. But then CZC brought those people to us. So there were people who were experts in this domain who came to us to discuss our product. And I think that was something that we couldn't have gotten anywhere else, to be honest. But yeah, slowly. So then we completed the CZC cohort. And then the undergrads actually graduated. But now we are a team of 25 people. And we have received a CSR grant from National Stock Exchange's CSR wing to do a large-scale pilot in Gurgaon and Mumbai, where we'll be covering all of Gurgaon at very high resolution using around 250 devices. Similarly, we are also in talks with Tamil Nadu Pollution Control Board to have a potential project for noise pollution monitoring using the spatiotemporal methodology that we've come up with. So yeah, going from just an idea to coming to a team of 25 people who are dedicated to developing a technology, which there are still apprehensions about. People still think, hey, you are using low-cost sensors. Are they really viable or not? From that level to talking to the regulators, to talking to people from TNPCB, that journey has been phenomenal. And I think it's all possible only because we took that initiative of applying for Carbon Zero Challenge in 2018. So yeah, I really thank the CZC team for giving us, or in some sense, launching Carter. And to all the people who've just joined, I wish you all the best. There's a lot of learning to happen. And there's just one thing that I want to tell you. It's at some points in the journey, it will get difficult. So you will be asked for budgets, you'll be asked for timelines, you'll be asked for plans. I know these are all very, so these are all things which you'll get bogged down with. You'll be like, why am I doing all of this? But trust me, the journey is extremely important. It helps you build. It essentially transforms. So it was just me. So when we started off with this team, it was just me and 4 other undergraduates. But after doing all of this, it transformed us into a professional outfit. Right now, we are operating like a company. So to handle 25 people, unless we had thought of all the planning, budgeting, and submitting bills on time, all those things, if we hadn't learned through the CZC experience, it would have been extremely difficult to manage 25 people in one shot. So I think that is a lot of learning that has happened through CZC. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Thank you so much for this opportunity and wish you all the best.
Thank you, Mr. Satish, for sharing your experience. Next, we have the launch of the portal Reval Track. To launch the portal, we would like to invite Mr. Sivaraja Ramanathan, who is heading the Tamil Nadu Startup and Innovation Mission in the capacity of Mission Director and CEO. Startup TN is a startup ecosystem nodal agency of Government of Tamil Nadu. Dr. Renu, who is the coordinator of CZC, and Mr. Muttaya, who were the masterminds behind the development of the portal Reval Track. I would like to request Mr. Muttaya and Ms. Renu to assist Mr. Sivaraja to walk the portal for us. So please come to the podium.
I think you're requested to launch the portal like a rocket launch. What you see here is can the display be connected? Huh? Can you connect this? Some people cannot see that. Yeah, you just have to click on the rocket. Well, right? Yeah.
Reval Track is an indigenous portal developed at IIT Madras for evaluating startups. It expands into receiving, evaluating, tracking of applications, and communicating. Reval Track primarily aims at automating everything from cradle to grave in detail to automate the evaluation and communication channels on selection status of teams. The dashboard of the portal provides a vivid picture of the entire CZC proceedings. It features access to registration, thematic schemes, submissions, and makes the 3-stage screening process of CZC more oriented. The portal sequentially diverges through the first, second, and third round of evaluation process. The reviewers present over here have already reviewed the applications through the second round in the Reval Track portal of CZC 2022. Further, Reval Track has also channelized communication through a proper mail management system incorporated into the portal. Now that we have launched the portal, I would like to invite Mr. Sivaraja Ramanathan to address the gathering. Sir, please.
அனைவருக்கும் இனிய காலை வணக்கங்கள். Good morning to all. First of all, my sincere congratulations to the Carbon Zero Challenge team headed by Dr. Indumati and the rest of the team for taking up this initiative, which is very, very important and vital, considering the time, not only for Tamil Nadu, not only for India, but also for the globe, the world. So my sincere congratulations for this kind of an effort. As Madam Indumati said, that we had a couple of interaction. She came to our office, the Startup Tamil Nadu Mission office, and we had, a long discussion, and followed by the first discussion. We also had several other discussions in creating a policy around startup, how the government can support startup, or creating an ecosystem, a conducive ecosystem with specific focus to climate action and circular economy kind of activities. So I don't want to take much of your time. Just few points around this and how the government of Tamil Nadu can participate in this particular domain as one of the beneficiaries or one of the successful winner of the previous editions. Was talking about the climate action and the environment and climate action department of government of Tamil Nadu. Many of you are, you'd have seen that recently our Honorable Chief Minister has launched the Tamil Nadu Green Company. And it's a mission. There are a couple of missions going to be undertaken by the climate action department, and the government has earmarked around 500 crores for fighting the climate calamities, or the climate action, or providing support to the climate action activities. And one of the initiatives that the government will be launching soon will be funding for green projects. It's not around startups, but some projects. The details will be shared very soon. But research scholars and enthusiasts working around projects which could impact the climate action as area would be supported by this green fund of or Tamil Nadu Green Fund. That's one information which is done by a sister department. And when it comes to the startup or innovation and startup, coming February, we will be launching our new innovation and startup policy for Tamil Nadu. It's called Tamil Nadu Startup and Innovation Policy to 2023, where we wanted to give more focus for this particular domain. When I was sitting there, sir was asking about what areas that the Tamil Nadu Startup Mission is focusing. Being a government nodal agency, we can't sector specific. We have to be sector agnostic. We have to support every domain. But having said that, we have to look at the current requirements. So people, several state governments, everyone are talking about unicorns. Yes, unicorns are important. But in my personal opinion, governments cannot do much about creating unicorns. It's their DNA and it's their effort. And they will somehow, if somebody wants to become a unicorn, they will become a unicorn. Even this particular IIT has a unicorn. But as a government, I feel, and also my board of directors, they feel that we should focus more on certain other areas where we can give some kind of a level playing field for different domains and different regions and different caste classes, all those sort of. So this is the fundamental policy of this government. So coming back to this particular domain, we are very soon on 30th, we are coming with a small package, support package for climate action startups and women startups, as well as rural livelihood startups or startups working for rural livelihood. And we are also working on a policy where, I'll just share few points. The policy will speak more about that. And like a trailer or a precursor, this 30th Honorable Chief Minister will be announcing few things about thing. And thanks to Madam Indumati for those contribution based on your input and some of the people who referred, we took quality inputs from them and submitted to the government. And few of those inputs will be announced very soon. And in our policy in February, we are going to announce more things. So one such thing is many of you will be knowing that we are running a seed fund of TAN seed, which is a 10 lakh fund, for particularly for climate action. We want to give some focus and some kind of a allocation for startups working around this. And we also wanted to increase that fund to 10 lakhs to 15 lakhs. So this is one thing, and also trying to set up a kind of a climate action innovation center or something like that, which is also we are planning to work. Then, how we could, the government can help creating a market access for products. So it's great to see that, they've given a hamper of different products, which directly or indirectly impacts the climate action in a small way. How we could help, how the government departments can buy these products, or how government can help reaching the markets, through building a portal or various other means. So like that, we wanted to give kind of a support because, government with his might and reach, we can do a lot of things. And fundamentally, conceptually, as a thought process, as a narrative, we are pushing this, the importance of the climate action by startups and by innovators. When I talk about innovators, it is, mainly the researchers, and how we could connect. Let's say, for example, I was really, happy to see that, one of the professors who did, the pyrolysis unit. But on the other side, I'm also a little worried about, researchers without commercialization. The thought process of commercialization is happening, by and large in our country. Many of the researchers are lying in institutions where, if you take countries in like US or Japan, or even for that matter, China, when they start a research, they start parallelly in the back of the mind, they start the commercialization aspects also. That knowledge, the idea, everything is blended. Where in our country, that is missing. We have great research projects, like sleeping, in the academies, where, the commercialization aspect or the thought process was not there. This is a very, very fundamental problem and a very strong problem we have to address. All the stakeholders like institutions like this, and the government and experts and the investors coming together. I think we have to set some policies about that. And finally, I would like to share that, this is a good initiative, though started very recently, and, some blockage during the COVID. And again, my congratulations and appreciation that you started again. And I do observe that, this is in the very early stage, but this is not available in the other parts of the state. So we wanted to take this kind of an initiative or replicate this at least in 10 locations in Tamil Nadu, in different universities or in different, through some government agencies. And I seek your support with in this year 2023. We are happy to take or replicate this kind of initiative to other parts of the state also. Maybe because we have the policy, the new policy will have a target of creating a particular number of startups and a particular number of impact. And also we are trying to reach out to many thematic funds across the globe to look at Tamil Nadu to invest in this particular domain, apart from the government related support. And we do have an emerging sector seed fund, which is a 100 crore fund. There also we are going to give special preference for climate action startups, where the process will be accelerated, and a particular amount will be earmarked or given special preferences for climate action thing. These are all, will be coming as a notification very soon. And, these are all motivated by, Madam Indumati. So this is an example how advocacy from researchers and institutions can influence the government thought process. So I would like to admit that also. And, because, these are all part of their work. So that's the thing. And one small thing I read today, the company Tesla, which is, though we consider as a, kind of a revolutionary change maker, but they pushed many other companies and researchers and institutions to think about electric vehicles, and that created a big impact. That's kind of a disruption. So though they are contributing a lot in the carbon offset or whatever the terminologies we say, on the commercial part also, like they are making around close to around $750 billion of revenue every every year, I think in this year, and making a 60% annual growth. So climate action is not only many of us in India, we think that's kind of related to social work. No, it has great amount of commercial impact also when you design the business model in a right way. So that is where, we need an integration or integral activity of academicians, investors, thought leaders, business experts, and the government. So I think, we are poised, and, we wanted to, like as per the vision of our Chief Minister, we wanted to make Tamil Nadu as the #1 state in the country, specifically for climate action related innovation and startups. So with this, I wish you all the best for all the winners today, and also the people who won the previous editions. And anytime you can reach out to my office. We will be happy to work with you and take you to the next stage. You can always, reach out to us through the Carbon Challenge, the Carbon Zero Challenge team. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your insights. We have amongst us Shri Skandan Krishnan, sir, Senior IAS Officer, Tamil Nadu cadre. Sir has served for 25 years at various senior positions in our state. Now, I would request sir to address the August gathering. Sir, please. A big round of applause, everyone.
Thank you, Professor Indumati. I actually came to listen. It's very difficult for me to now think about talking to an audience. Distinguished guests, innovators, students, it's been great listening to your work. And at the very outset, I wish you all very great success. I'm also happy to hear Sir Sivarajan Ramanathan was given glimpses of what the innovation policy is likely to be. And we have experts from India and abroad who are likely to help you drive the vision of Carbon Zero Challenge. I have only one or two macro points to tell. I think the Carbon Zero Challenge would be temporally and spatially different in different parts of the world. This is my first impression. What we probably need to do as a carbon challenge in a coastal state may not be the same that we have to do probably in a landlocked state or even in a high mountainous area. So first we need to know whether there is an academic idea to map the requirements of Carbon Zero Challenge in different parts of at least the state to begin with, and then later we can extend it to different parts of the country. So because I feel that research, innovation, and action based on research and innovation would need to be dovetailed to the needs of the specific areas. And there will be greater interest from the industry, from the civil society, if they see that a particular challenge that is being faced in a particular area is sought to be remedied by kind of action that is relevant. And even the state government would be inclined to assist and help in the manner in which these projects are set to take off in the state. That is for one, for sure. I think we need that. We need that mapping. And we need to know what kind of technologies are also available in the world. We should stop reinventing the wheel. And maybe some of those technologies which are available abroad can be probably done here at a cheaper cost, built at a cheaper cost, and more efficiently utilized, or we can partner with them. It's not a bad idea. So we need to know what technologies are available today to meet particular challenges. And if we can access or even list out those technologies for particular challenges that are available. And second, if it is not available, to find out how it can be done. What kind of research and innovation is required to meet that deficit in that area. So the deficit gap in climate action, a very important point, if there is a deficit gap. Otherwise, I think there is enough knowledge in the world. My own is only a hunch. I'm not an expert. There are people here who can tell. Ramesh Srinivasan will probably tell you more about it. And the other thing which I would like to suggest to Mr. Shivarajan, because I've been in the government for some time here and in the government of India, is that please look at policies worldwide. What is the policy that drove US or drives Singapore or drives other countries towards making of the policy, and how they have dovetailed various aspects in the implementation process, because you are in a very critical seat. I think the state of Tamil Nadu will be looking at you. All the researchers, innovators, climate action people will be looking at you. You see, if you ask me, 500 crores is a trickle to meet the climate action challenge. But if 500 crores can be used as a seed money with other big investment opportunities or investors, or even the banks for that matter, which the government can influence and talk, I'm sure this 500 will become 50,000, depending upon the need. But how do you dovetail that? What kind of guarantees can you give the investors that you are doing the right thing and they have to fund this? That is where you will need a body of experts in each area to guide you and help you to understand and to publicize, so that people come forward. People come forward and use money. I'm in a forum in Kairetsu where we see a lot of entrepreneurs coming and making very good presentations on the commercial side of it, especially. So, and that is being evaluated. Mr. Subra is here. You must definitely give him some time to meet with you and find out how this can be done. So we are in a state which I will say very nascent. We are in a state where the carbon zero challenge is sensitized by this exhibition, by these kind of events. We are in a state where the young people are ready to take up the challenge and take it forward, because you need 30 years of entrepreneurship. And we are in a stage where climate action is becoming, actually you are running on a treadmill, you have no time. So you have to look at all these macro components and come out with a policy that is thunderous. That will make it easy for innovators, they make it easy for people to access, whether for research or for innovation or for project implementation. or for expansion. So this possibility is very real given the present status of the government and the Honorable Chief Minister who is interested in seeing the state become the prima donna in this area. So my impressions I have given it to you. I really don't know anything in greater detail, but I feel that the most important aspect is the coordination between the government, the academia, and institutions, which I'm very glad by your presence, a lot of it is met. And I'm sure that as days go forward, we will be able to leapfrog from the present status to a much better situation. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Next, I would like to invite Dr. Prasad Modak to say a few words.
Very good morning, and I'm really going to just say a few words. There is so much of wealth of knowledge present here, so much of experience. I just want to say that carbon as a theme is so interesting and expansive that under carbon, you can address so many different facets of the environment. Years ago, I was involved in setting climate innovation centers in 6 countries. And the one, India didn't participate, God knows why, but Vietnam took a lead. And I've seen what happened when a CIC was set up in Hanoi, that they could come up with so many rounded innovations. Somebody worked on water, energy, materials, waste. Everything had a connectivity to carbon. So I love this concept of carbon zero challenge because it's a kind of an apparatus where you can accommodate all kinds of innovations with support. So let me say once again, congratulations, the team here, Professor Indumati, to come to now the 3rd edition. And I'm sure that maybe all these shortlisted, selected 32 innovators will give us very interesting stories after a while. Thank you once again.
We would like to welcome Mr. Gagandeep Singh Bedi. I would like to request Professor Indumati to facilitate our Gagandeep Singh chief guest with a gift hamper.
I'm glad to announce that we have also gathered here for the launch of the Tauri Center for Circularity and Sustainability of Resources, with a vision of being a center of excellence for enabling sustainability thinking, designs, and creating inventories, metrics, and implementable solutions. The missions of the center will branch across capacity building of industries, government establishments, colleges, schools, and communities for sustainable living. Learning by doing will be our approach for the capacity building. And we have already started the same at KV School of our campus. This will also encompass all the activities in our group for research and outreach. It will also bring into its fold design and implementation of projects in sustainability of environment, such as lake restoration, sustainability and circular economy in markets, temples, schools, and public toilets. Coimbatore Market is our first project. The center will aid government in project decision-making through life cycle assessment and development of inventory for conducting eco-audit, carbon, and water accounting. We will be organizing sustainable design contests like hackathons for local challenges. Think global, act local. Now, I would like to invite Shri Skandan Krishnan Sir, IAS Officer, Tamil Nadu Cadre, for the launch of the center by presenting the brochure to Dr. Abhishek, Chief Strategy Officer from JSW Foundation, Dr. Prasad Modak, Managing Director, Environmental Management Center Private Limited, our Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Gagandip Singh Bedi, with the brochure. So please, I would call upon stage Dr. Abhishek. We are here for the launch of the brochure. A big round of applause, everyone. This is our first step towards sustainability in our campus. We are looking forward towards building a zero waste campus. The students group of Sustainability Campus Collective has already started the work in force. We have amongst us Dr. Abhishek, Chief Strategy Officer from JSW Foundation. Sir has more than 20 years of experience in development sector and has worked with several NGOs, corporates, banking and manufacturing industries, and Big Four consulting firms. I would request Sir to speak a few words on this auspicious occasion. Sir, please. A big round of applause, everyone.
Thank you. Good morning, all. I think I was hearing for last 10-15 minutes a lot of things. We are from a very different side of the desk, working on the ground, looking at challenges, and looking at some of the things that I think the IT has started. This is of really interesting to us, because what we are looking at, understanding how the local challenges can be resolved through innovations. And as CSR institutions, I'm sure you all must have heard about JSW as a group. We are into energy, we are into ports, steel, paint, cements. The group has taken a lot of efforts in looking at how do we move towards carbon zero. Our chairman has announced targets for all of us. And as JSW Foundation, which I represent, we have another story to serve. We are looking at the community side of the story. And what challenges community face outside the boundaries of our factories. How can we complement our efforts towards net zero? That's our efforts. So we have taken a lot of efforts, and definitely the stage where you have started picked up from innovation up to a level. We have come at a stage where the most important part comes in. How do we further incubate them? So the examples that we have is few startups that we are supporting at this point of time have been incubated by others. But there was a time when they required another level of support. They required scale to see how their pilots have now looking at a maturity, at a mature stage. And we as foundation have provided them scale. Just to give you an example, waste management is one of our very critical area, which was a lot of waste generated in the community, plastic, wet, dry, all sort of waste. We were working on various themes. We were working on behavior change. We were working on collection, segregation. But what about the processing piece? Because our aim was zero landfill. And there we looked at startup to serve us, to help us in processing those waste. And we've right now supporting 16 startups to look at both dry and wet waste and see what sort of a products can be generated out of that. And 2 startups right now, which are with us in our geography, are working on dry, converting them into roads, construction material, other on wet for animal feed. So this is a starting point that we have taken as foundation. And I look forward to multiple innovations in various thematics that we work in. We work in water, we work in health and nutrition, we work in education, we work in agriculture, waste. So these are our thematic areas. And I would also like to assure all of you, the corporates, foundations through CSR funds are looking forward to all of you to come and join us and help us resolve social challenges on the ground. So thank you very much.
I would now like to welcome a director with a sustainable gift hamper. I would like to welcome Indumati to facilitate our director. I ask Professor Indumati to facilitate the Abhishek. We have amongst us Director of IIT Madras, Professor Kamakoti. We're extremely honored for having his support and encouragement right from the launch of CZC. I request our director to share his views.
A very good morning to all of you. Respected Chief Guest, Mr. Gagan Singh Bedi, DC Commissioner of the Greater Chennai Corporation, Dr. Abhishek, Mr. Sivaraj Ramanathan, and Mr. Skandan, and Professor Indu. Dr. Prasad Mohan. So this is indeed a very, very important activity of IIT Madras. We're very happy this Carbon Zero Challenge is going on for the last couple of years with a great outreach. As IIT Madras, we have started looking very seriously onto the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. And one of the important Sustainable Development Goal, or probably I can say as the basic foundation for all the Sustainable Development Goals, is to reach this zero net carbon. We have started many initiatives, right from water, our own recycling of our water, our sewage water. I'm very happy to tell you that our fresh water consumption has reduced by 50% in the last 2 years. And the way we do the recycling is that all the sewage water gets collected at a spot through just gravity, right? We are not actually using conventional power to pump to that point. And then from there, we pump just 250 meters to go to a cleaning plant and then the recycling plant, and we get back 1.8 million liters per day as recycled water, which we use for our gardens and also our air conditioning and many other, and the flush. So this is something that we had put in place, and we have around capacity of 4 million liters per day, and we did a rough calculation. This particular system can sustain at IIT for the next 50 years, and that is the calculation. Now we are going into more of the waste to wealth initiatives. Faculty of IIT Madras, at least 2 groups have worked on today TRL 7 to 9 level products that can basically convert the waste, different types of waste, into different types of wealth. And so very quickly, we will be installing multiple such solutions inside the campus to see that our waste is basically converted to wealth inside. And one of our challenges that we have is within the next 3 years, there will not be a single gram of waste from IIT campus which will go out. Coming back to sustainability, today, circular economy and all these things are becoming extremely important. We are opening up a school for sustainability. We are also opening up an incubator for sustainability because we believe that in the next 4 to 5 years, we will have sustainability as one of the most important employment potential. If you look at any of the financial organizations today, ESG becomes very, very important in the assessment of any credit proposal. So there is a need for people who understand from a policy perspective, from an implementation perspective, from a feasibility study perspective, how certain technologies can be sustainable or not. And this particular aspect is a highly interdisciplinary topic. So our School of Sustainability is launched now. We have 10 centers working together to look at different aspects of sustainability. We will be announcing a dual degree program in policy development, which will look at sustainability, plus over the next couple of years, a BTech or a dual degree completely addressing the issues in sustainability. So our commitment to sustainability is very, very strong. And we look forward to a very active collaboration with all who are here and all the youngsters who have taken up this challenge. I'm very happy that the number of applications are exponentially growing, and that is very much needed to exponentially bring down the total carbon consumption in the nation. So I wish all the participants great success, and IIT Madras will be always there for you to take your ideas into product to deployment, and then finally see that we give a very, very sustainable environment for our country and lead an example globally that we are, if it comes to sustainability, India should be the single point where people have to come and analyze. So this is the technical supremacy that we want to lead our country to. I thank all of you for participating in this, and I would like to see much more broader participation in the years to come. And sir, from IIT Madras, whatever we want to do for the GCC, we would like to work. We are already working very closely, and we'll continue to work and see what best we can do for our Tamil Nadu. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words. Next, I would like to call upon our distinguished guest, Mr. Gagandeep Singh Bedi, who is currently serving as the Commissioner of Greater Chennai Corporation. He has many distinctions to his profile. Sir has been Additional Collector of Kadalur, Commissioner of Corporation Madurai, Collector of Kanyakumari District. He has also been the Managing Director of Tamil Nadu Water Supply and Sewerage Board and was Secretary for Rural Development and Panchayat Raj Department. Sir has won several awards for his contributions to ecology and environment. Now I take pleasure in inviting Mr. Gagandeep Singh Bedi to address the audience.
Thank you. Respected Director of IIT Chennai, Madras, Dr. Kamakoti, our senior IAS officer who also retired as advisor to government of Jammu Kashmir and senior officer in government of India, Mr. Skandan sir, IAS. Dr. Indumati, the professor of IIT. In fact, I hardly come to any functions because I am always held up since the morning. We have our conservancy operations, and but persistently I have been persuaded by Dr. Indumati. She is really very dynamic. I find based on the way she has asked us to all of us to join this event. All the members over here in the distinguished panel, Mr. Shivaraja, Dr. Abhishek, Dr. Prasad Modak, all the professors and faculty over here, all the students, all the young entrepreneurs. முதற்கட்டமாய் உங்கள் அனைவருக்கும் நான் என்னுடைய அன்பான வணக்கத்தை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கின்றேன். It's a great event, and I am very privileged to be a part of this thing. I believe there are students also over here in this or entrepreneurs. Okay, you know how much is the greenhouse gas emission? How much percentage of that comes from the cities? Do you have any idea about that? From the cities in the world, the greenhouse gas emission is about 75%, 75 to 80%. And from where does this greenhouse gas emission come? From within our cities. Of course, rural areas, it is the agriculture sector that creates greenhouse gas emission, methane emission. But in the cities, the main greenhouse gas emission comes from major components. One, the traffic that is there in our cities with increasing volume of traffic, the burning fuels create the greenhouse gas emissions. And then you and me are part of the city corporation. We have our solid waste, the landfills, all that, the landfills, big landfills in Chennai, Delhi, Mumbai, Hyderabad, Bangalore, each and every city creates immense greenhouse gas emission. And the direct proof of that is, suddenly sitting in my office, I find news coming to me, sir, in Perungudi, there is fire over there. There's no person over there. How did that fire occur? The fire occurred because there is legacy garbage across all our landfills, which generates methane gas, and because of the heat, that creates fires. This is one aspect of greenhouse gas emission. Every solid waste that you and me produce create greenhouse gas emission over there. So we all have a duty. You as the users of traffic, you as the creators of solid waste, I as the handler of solid waste, you as the researchers who are in the technology creation in order to handle the greenhouse, in order to reduce the greenhouse gas emission. All of us have a duty for greenhouse gas emission reduction. So I am very happy. I definitely agreed to come to this carbon zero challenge because this is something that all of us need to do so. I'll refer to three aspects broadly, what we in Greater Chennai Corporation are doing, and where I will also refer to what are the technologies which we are referring to, wherein we will require your support, your technological support in further, nobody is perfect, in further improving the system, further bringing this to perfection. So let me first take care of what we have been doing the last few years to reduce the greenhouse gas emission in the case of solid waste management. The first is, many years back, the garbage used to be collected from house to house by small tractors, trucks. I was commissioner of Madurai Corporation 22 years back. I used to have tractors, small mini trucks, vans with diesel burning out of them. In the morning, people will be going out in the morning for good fresh morning walk, and there'll be one, that smell will be there. Second, that fuels of the diesel will be there. Hundreds of vehicles will be burning diesel all over the city, and we'll be creating this carbon dioxide emission, methane emission, greenhouse gases emission. I'm very happy to say that Greater Chennai Corporation has now slowly turned that into most of the vehicles to battery operated vehicles. We are perhaps one of the biggest users in the entire country. We are using 5,200 plus battery operated vehicles, which is perhaps one of the largest number in the city. They are cleaner fuel, battery operated vehicles, and we are going to further. Last year, our Honorable CM flagged off 1,800. We are going to go for further. We want to make zero primary collection through any diesel vehicle. We are having a few tricycles, which also we are trying to face. So first is battery operated vehicles. Number two, micro composting centers. We have got about 175 micro composting centers. We don't want our landfills to be dumped with mounds and mounds of garbage. We don't want artificial mountains to be created across the city. If you go to a city like Ghaziabad and other big metropolitan cities, you will find mounds of garbage over there, hills of garbage over there. We don't want that. So we are trying to decentralize the composting system. So we have set up 175 micro composting centers, and we are going to go further in number for such centers, so that in-house across the localities itself, your and mine kitchen waste, at least wet waste, what we call, gets converted into compost, and you and me use it for our own horticulture waste. In fact, you will be happy to know that nowadays the corporation officials on Sundays, they are selling garbage as at very cheap cost, organic garbage, which is being created, manure, or organic manure, which is being created from your and mine garbage. So that's the second thing. Third, windrow composting. I am introducing this technology because all of you are technocrats, and I feel that it's over here that we look forward to your participation. What is windrow composting? Windrow composting is also a composting process which is done open house. Like it is done using sunshine. We have got 100 ton per day windrow composting unit in Kodungallur, where the garbage, many places people do not allow a micro composting center in their vicinity because it does create a problem of smell and fly. So windrow composting is a system where the garbage is brought out in the open. We have got huge cement yards. Over there, we put the garbage and we put the microbes, and it gets converted into manure. And you will be very happy to know that after processing, it is being converted to organic manure. And we have a tie-up now with the state agriculture department and cooperative department. We are converting that into manures, putting them in gunny bags, and farmers of Kanchipuram, Vellore, and Tiruvallur and many other districts are now getting the manure produced from the household waste of citizens of Chennai. So this is this third technology that we have used. Fourth, very important aspect. I have mentioned about that. You would have read about this. This is called bio-CNG, bio-compressed natural gas. Now, we are very happy to inform that few cities in India have already started producing bio-CNG from the wet waste. Now, what is bio-CNG? Bio-CNG is you convert the garbage into methane gas. It is then stored in basically the gas is processed. Then it is stored in huge balloons, cylinders. One is there working 100 tons of garbage. Bio-CNG plant is working in Chetpet. Another one has been started in Kodungallur recently, near Madhavaram, and it has also been inaugurated by our Chief Minister. 200 tons we are doing. We are setting another 500 tons of such plants. We are also planning to go for a big 500 metric tons bio-CNG plant. So ultimately, we plan to process about 2,000 to 2,500 metric tons of our 5,500 metric tons of garbage that we produce across the city each day to bio-CNG. Now, what is this bio-CNG being used for? In fact, I have also addressed in various other areas also. Now, what we do, for example, we all buy our vegetables, all the market waste, the Coimbatore market waste, etc. That waste comes. Then we all go to marriages, we eat good sapadu, half of it we leave, it will all be there. So I always used to feel it smells after some time. What should we do? It's all very good garbage for my bio-CNG plants. We have actually tied up. In fact, you will be very happy to know all the times I actually pay for my garbage. Bio-CNG plant, actually, I get money. I give him garbage. It's not put by the corporation. We have public-private partnership. In Chetpet, it has been put up by a private entrepreneur. In Madhavaram, it has been put up by a private entrepreneur. They have got tie-up with various funding agencies. IRIDA is also funding in the Indian the Renewable Energy Development Agency. They are also funding such projects. So all that garbage goes over there, gets produced into gas. And now, Chetpet 1, he has tied up with a number of hotels across the city. He told me like some of the major brands, Sangeeta and all, many of the, if you go and eat your idli dosa, it might have come from your garbage. The cooking would have been from the gas, from the garbage that has come from your house also. So many of the hotels, they have tied up. And the second one at Madhavaram, they have tied up with the HPCL now. And the gas that will be produced will go for the bio-CNG based autos and buses. So we are very upbeat about this. We are happy because my garbage is going to get converted into gas and biogas, and it will get converted into useful gas. The emission will not be there. My landfills will not have that methane production. I will not be sitting on the landfills a week, once in a year, to douse the fires over there. And so this is, but we are all in the process of transition. Slowly and certainly, we have got a long way to go. We have just embarked upon some 20–30%. We have got a big way to go, but I am happy to say that the time has come when we are very serious about, the government of Tamil Nadu is very serious about it, government of India is very serious about it, National Green Tribunal is very serious about it, to go for the bio-CNG. I have touched these 3–4 issues. I have told you about the BOV vehicles, I have told you about the micro-composting, I have told you about the windrow composting, I have told you about the bio-CNG plants in this. Now let me touch another aspect over here. What do you do of the plastics that you generate? You know, in Chennai, we have banned plastics. The plastics, you go to a carry bag, you go to a shop in T Nagar, buy your clothes, buy your shirt, pant, sari, etc. They'll not give you a plastic cover. If you get it in a plastic cover, please WhatsApp me. My number is there with Mrs. Indumati. WhatsApp me, because we find the shopkeepers. The shopkeepers have been very cooperative with us. They have gone for an alternate carry bag, alternate cloth, the cloth or other alternate carry bags. Even the sweet shops have gone for compostable plastic carry bags, etc. So it's good. But plastic cannot be totally eliminated from the society. If you go, you buy a shirt, the carry bag may be having a cloth bag, but the shirt might have been wrapped from the in-house factory wrapper of plastic. Plastic is still being utilized. So a lot of plastic gets generated every day. So the point is that what we have done for that is, and this some major cities have done, but I'm telling all these technologies to you because you should know what is the technology being used by city corporations, so that you can come up with the startups which can help us out. We have set up baling machine plants. Baling plants, we compress the plastics into cuboidal pieces, and then we actually transport it to the cement factories of Ariyalur and Perambur. We, of course, the corporation pays for the transportation, etc. And there it is used as a burning material in their pyrolysis plants over there in the burners of the cement factories. And it is as per the solid waste management rules, the pollution control norms are being utilized well. Now, I will refer to we have 40 tons, 5 such plants across the city, but I will like to mention over here about a startup which has come up in GCC. We are shortly going to get the clearance from the Tamil Nadu Pollution Control Board also. That startup actually will use the plastic to convert that all the polythene carry bags into furnace oil. Basically, it's the plastic is basically a polymer. So it gets converted into a furnace oil using pyrolysis method. The technology has been, it's a startup by one of you, which we have set up in our own unit over there. About 30 to 40 tons of plastic every day. So that way, now I am paying for the plastic which I am sending to the cement factories in Ariyalur, Perambur. Over there, he will pay me for the plastic that I give, because he will get money from the furnace oil which he prepares and gets. Similarly, I was telling you about the bio-CNG. In Chetpet plant, actually, I get about 6 to 7 paisa per ton of gas produced. It's a small plus that I get. He gives me lease rent for that. In the Madhavaram unit, I give him my wet garbage. I'm coming to bio-CNG. I give him my wet garbage. He gives me 35 rupees per ton. So it's a small measure. I'm not making money out of this. But the point is, my garbage is not going to the landfill. I am getting money out of this. It is being used for a good purpose. So that's the point I want to say. Two more aspects which I will like to tell at this point of time. I hope I am not very long in this thing. What do we do for our horticulture waste? You know, we have Mandav's cyclone, which created a lot of tree falls. Corporation of Chennai was awake in the night, entire night. The team of GCC, we had 5,000 people 5000 பேர் வந்து நைட் ஃபுல்லா தூங்காமல் அன்னைக்கு நைட் டு நைட் மரம் விழும்போது அப்புறப்படுத்திட்டு இருந்தாங்க. நாங்க எல்லாம் சுத்தி பார்த்துட்டு இருந்தோம். அதெல்லாம் மரம் நீங்க காலையில எந்திரிக்கும் போது உங்களுக்கு பெரும்பாலான ரோட்ஸ் வந்து காலியாக நீங்க பார்த்திருப்பீங்க. So that is because the corporation officials 5000 பேர் வந்து ஒர்க் பண்ணிட்டு இருந்தாங்க. But the point is, where does this garbage go to? This garbage goes to we have got 5 horticulture processing centers across Chennai. Earlier this all used to go to my landfills. Over there it will catch fire and create fire, the emissions over there. But now we have these units. We also have a lot of coconut. So all the coconut that we get, it all goes to those units. They deshell the coconuts, get the coir out of that. That all goes into the coir industry. The mattresses that you sleep on, that they get, many of them, they get the coir from our horticulture processing units. We encourage that. That's also on public-private partnership. Somebody like you also came up, they have put up this thing. We of course pay them some tipping fee in this regard. And the wood waste that we send, it gets converted into wood saw and then pits that goes to the burners. Of course, it doesn't get burnt in my landfill. It gets burnt in a factory which actually can use that the wood pits, etc. So my landfill is actually devoid of that garden garbage, which is highly inflammable. That's the point that I want to say. The last point in solid waste management I like to tell about is C&D waste, construction and demolition waste. This is another new technology that the cities have adopted. All cities, major metropolitan cities, not smaller cities, have adopted that technology. Noida has got it, Delhi has got it, Mumbai has got it, Hyderabad has got it, Chennai has got it. We have got 2 units, one in Perungudi, another in Kodunguri. What your and mine material, we demolish our old houses, the bricks, materials, cement, sand, all, we just dump it. It goes, where does it go? Either it goes on the roadside or it goes to the dump yard over there. But now we have set up such units which actually segregate that, they break it up, segregate that, cull out M sand out of the units, M sand, which is plowed back into the construction. They cull out the jelly, karkal, this will give it to the construction industry. Ultimately, we actually reuse it back. It's a very important thing. We do not understand, but there is a huge construction demolition. As corporation commissioner, I know if I don't clear off my construction and demolition waste, the entire city will look ugly. So these are a few steps that the city corporation is doing as far as solid waste management is concerned. We are in our way towards solid waste management, but we have a long way to go, let me tell you, and we need your support in this regard. Let me touch 2 more smaller aspects. Traffic. Traffic is something which creates a lot of carbon dioxide emission. Solid waste, a lot of methane gas emission is there. Now, we are very happy and proud to say that as far as traffic is concerned, Tamil Nadu is up in the forefront in bringing a major solution, and through Chennai city. We have actually now floated a bidding. We have done the bidding for about 645 crores for a project called ITS, the traffic ITMS, basically, the Integrated Traffic Management System, ITMS. This project is one of the unique big scale projects wherein, generally, where does the carbon dioxide emission come predominantly? Predominantly the emission comes in the red light spots where your and my vehicle stands and then idling, it generates a lot of fuel. Now, what if all the time, if you are going, even in the night time, you will have that red light over there. There is hardly any car, but red light will be there. You and me will be standing with the fear that policeman will be actually. I also always, I don't try to, you and me is actually, I mean you and me. So we have to be careful of the police. So, but the point is, red light, even if there is no traffic, there is red light is there for a minute, etc., and the cars keep on idling. Another place, there is means it's static system. So now this ITMS is a system wherein, using artificial intelligence, the traffic through the cameras, the traffic is assessed And the places where there are large number of vehicles which are waiting, the red light timing is reduced. The place where the lesser number of vehicles are waiting, their traffic timing is increased. So it optimizes the timing of the signals, because by virtue of which the actual fuel wastage is reduced to a big extent across the city, and travel time also reduces in a big way. This is one of the aspects of ITMS. Of course, it has also got that bus traffic system by which the buses, etc., through artificial intelligence, through all the RFID chips put over there, you will stand in a bus stop and you don't know when will my next bus number so and so come. So you will have over there, this bus will come in so many minutes, etc. By knowing the bus location, we will get the signal in the bus traffic system. So Chennai, I'm very happy and proud to say, we, Chennai Corporation, along with Chennai City Police, and of course, funding from Government of Tamil Nadu through JICA funding, we are going to go for this. We have all bid the system, waiting for the concurrence from the funding agencies and thereafter from our council. This system will be soon launched, and it will take some 1 or 2 years time for implementation, but will be big relief thereafter in this regard. This is the first thing for the traffic issue. The last portion which I like to refer to is the green print. These are all the things that we are doing to prevent the greenhouse gas emission, but we should something do. Chennai Corporation, being a big corporation with a population of more than 85 lakh people, should do something for making our green cover more. When I come to IIT campus, I find the temperature over there 2 to 3 degrees lower. And so I wish my house was also somewhere within IIT campus. So I envy you, sir, as director of IIT, and all of you students who stay over here. But I wish entire Chennai should be green like IIT Chennai. So for that, we also wish to do something. And my firm conviction over here is that if the government does alone anything, it will not be successful. It has to be a joint effort. It has to be citizens' initiative. It has to be the governmental initiative as well. So as the citizens' initiative, since the last 1 year, we have actually given a call to the resident welfare associations all across the city to come forward to plant the trees and maintain them. For us, as resident welfare association, which collects 2,000, 3,000 rupees a month for the flats, etc., you earmarking, say, 5,000 rupees for tree planting. We always insist that trees should be at least 5 to 6 feet high. Otherwise, they will not survive. I have planted trees 1 feet, 2 feet, which after some time, we'll be happy we have planted trees. After 5 months, they will die. We should have big sustainable trees. We have called upon the resident welfare associations, and through you also, I feel some press is also there, to come forward to do the tree planting. GCC will give the permission wherever you want, put the tree guards, put a gardener who should give the water supply once in a month. 6 months after that, the tree will take off by itself. 1 year, tree will take off by itself. Since last 1 year, we have planted more than 1.8 lakh trees alone through citizens' initiative itself. And those trees will survive. We have actually honored the resident welfare association also. The last point is, what is the governmental role? Yes, government also has to take up. So it is over here that I will like to mention about a greening system called Chennai River Restoration Trust, which is headed by the Chief Secretary of Tamil Nadu, wherein we are actually in the process of ensuring that the bunds of Kuvam and Adyar rivers are actually made green. So under this, if you would have slowly noticed, we have actually been removing the encroachment slowly, rehabilitating those persons, not just removing and without rehabilitation, shifting the people, putting up this compound wall all across Kuvam and Adyar. You would have seen that green, yellow, green color. We all decided, we had a lot of debates, which color will soothe, will look nice. And so we put that green color. Inside, we have put up trees, and we have not gone for any exotic varieties of trees. We have gone for native variety of trees, lot of bamboo trees along Adyar River, lot of mangrove trees also along Adyar River, etc. Kuvam now also we have started taking up. And I'll be happy to know that in the last 1 year itself, from Adyar bridge to Tiruvika bridge and further Tiruvika to MRTS bridge, we are in the process of, we have already mostly planted about 30,000 plus 30,000, 60,000 trees we have planted, and we have just not left that to the nature to fend for itself. We have put drip irrigation as well over there in order to ensure that it survives. And mind you, you are all, if you are students, by the time you come out to take up your own startups or you become professors over here in IIT Madras, and when you go for a walk along Adyar River, you will find a green canopy over there. Those trees and plants which have been planted 1 or 2 years back itself, in 1 or 2 years henceforth, they will be like that. And today, actually, you would have seen in one of the English newspapers, The Hindu, that we are now in the process of planting trees from Napier Bridge along in the backside of Rajiv Gandhi Medical College also. That used to be an eyesore over there, seeing gray water, black water over there. We have put up compound wall. What we wish is to see a very green area over there with a lot of tree plants over there. I thought this is an educational institution. You are all technocrats. I do not want to play the bugle of GCC, but I wanted to tell all these technological points to you. What are the areas where GCC is using technology in order to reduce the greenhouse gas emission? These are all my thoughts over there. If and wherein your technology fits into our system, I welcome all of you to come forward to us to implement your startup within the campus of GCC. And we'll be very happy to know, because you are the best minds. IIT Madras and its startups are the best. And I'm very proud to be speaking over here. I'm also an engineer, of course, not from IIT, but I'm from Punjab. But it's a proud privilege to address to you. And we really wish that you should all come up with your technology, participate in the governmental system. In the private system, you will get money. But in the governmental system, if you participate, you will get satisfaction of your lifetime. So thank you very much for giving this opportunity. Vanakkam.
Thank you very much for that excellent talk covering all aspects of what Chennai Corporation is doing in the area of sustainability and carbon mitigation. I personally wanted to add this point. As a teacher of solid waste management, I've been teaching for the last 7 years. And earlier, I only used to take them to the landfill, the dump sites. And there was nothing else to show my students. I always used to show videos of what is happening elsewhere. C&D waste management or mechanized waste segregation or windrow composting. And this year, I completely agree with what our commissioner sir has said. I had an opportunity to take my students to 6 field visits, and they have all seen all the 6 initiatives in the waste management, what you just showed, the Garden Waste Management Center, the C&D Waste Management Center, the Bio-CNG at Shapepet, windrow composting, and also they visited the biomining facility, which is happening. So it was such a great experience for my 100+ students, both the undergraduates and the postgraduates and the PhDs, to see all this happening right in Chennai. So that was a big transformation which has happened in Chennai over the last 2 to 3 years. I think they've utilized the COVID time very well. I couldn't go for field visits. So that's I would like to really applaud the Tamil Nadu government for doing this. And I think our director has always been insisting that these things should be going across the country. Ghazipur has always been on his mind, and we would also like to work with the central government and Delhi government to see what we can do about it. So thank you very much for that. And I also want to say that we have been involved in Chennai Corporation's activities. I think my colleague, Dr. Liji Philip, is here. We have been working in their committees for quite some time. And most of the time, the discussions were only happening. Now we are seeing actions. So thank you very much. And also, if I would take this opportunity to thank our director who has come. I know he has been having a very hectic night, all night, almost yesterday and early morning today, for being here today. And not only today, but right from the Carbon Zero Challenge launch and before that, he has been my pillar of strength in taking Carbon Zero Challenge to greater heights. I would really sincerely thank our director for extending this unconditional support to Carbon Zero Challenge. And also the center which we just launched, Tory Center for Circularity and Sustainability is including Carbon Zero Challenge. And along with that, we plan to address the challenges of the government and the industry. So we will be reaching out to you to look for challenges. So it will be more specific hackathons and innovation challenges, which we would like to launch from now on, taking the challenges from the industry and the government, and we will be having multiple solutions. And then we will pick the best one for you and try to walk these startup teams towards addressing specific problems of the government. Thank you very much.
Now we would like to play a video message from Thales, our main sponsor for CZZ 2022.
As part of Thales'
I think,
corporate social
can you just pause for a second? Yeah, my thank you note will not be complete. When the chief guests are here, I wanted to praise my sincere thanks to our sponsors, Thales, a company based in France. They have again given us a huge grant for running this Carbon Zero Challenge. And along with that, we have our own AquaMap center here, IIT Madras Center, sponsored by two of our alumnus who are also here. So both of them have supported the teams for their prototypes. And our previous sponsors, Virtusa, has given us 2 rounds of support, 2.5 crores every year to support all these 44 prototypes we could bring in the last 2 rounds. And also I would like to thank my advisors. So we have a large group of advisors and partners. Specifically, I would like to thank Mr. Shivaraman, sir. I think he's in the audience somewhere. So he has been a big support in mobilizing all our alumni. We have a huge group of alumni supporting this initiative in multiple ways as mentors and also as collaborators. And we have Dr. Hiran Vedam here, a clean tech expert, entrepreneurship expert, I would say, and Dr. Sriram. He's also an alumnus from IIT Madras. He's based in Boston, but he's always there as a mentor, advisor, and I think he's watching this live forecast from somewhere. Hi, Sriram. And we have an army, I would say, of IIT faculty and all IIT incubator linked experts across the country. We are reaching out to be as judges, reviewers. You will be seeing it in our brochure very soon. So thanks to all of you. And of course, my own team here, Carbon Zero team, who are here, and also my extended research team and the extended IIT Madras CSR group, who work very closely with the sponsors and the CSR corporates to get me the CSR fund we need to run this program. Thank you.
As part of Thales' corporate social responsibility efforts, we are proud to be associated with IIT Madras Carbon Zero Challenge 2022. We are very happy that this project has reached such a critical stage. The Thales CSR efforts are part of Thales' global ESG strategy that aims to build a safer, cleaner, and a more inclusive world. System in India, and to partner with premium institutes like IIT Madras. Lastly, I would like to congratulate Professor Kamakoti and the entire sustainable future for the country and for the world. Thank you very much.
Finally, the most awaited moment is here. I would call upon Ms. Mallika Sridharan, CEO of AquaMap, Center for Water Management and Policy, to announce the top 30 teams.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Uma. Well, after a rigorous round of sessions of over 100 participants being interviewed, we've shortlisted the top 25 grant awardees. And it's a pleasure to welcome Dr. Karthikeyan Kathiresan, Director of Wasman Pro Environmental LLP, also to join us, because the first theme is going to be air. And I'd also request our director and our chief guest, Mr. Gagandeep Singh, to please honor us by distributing the checks to the grant awardees. So the first team to be granted their first grant seed money is Qualivon Technologies Private Limited. Team Sandeep Batula, Pavan Kumar Katurati, Santosh Kumar, Kishore Katurati is their mentor. And of course, they are an affiliation from Orissa. And their proposed innovation is on high sensitive gas monitoring and analyzing systems. Next, we have Greenaway Solution, Mistry Ronak Yogesh, Gautami Chati, Shivaji Navali, and their mentor, Mr. Yogesh Mistry. And they're a team from Mumbai, and their proposed innovation, the idea is to introduce CCU, carbon capture and utilization for each individual emission causing equipment involved in the running of the entire process. We move on to the next theme, energy, and I would like to invite Mr. Sriram Narasimhan on the dais, please. Thank you, sir. So the first team to win this grant award from the energy sector is HarpTech, the team comprising of Srinivasan S., Mohammad Imran, Subramaniam, Vidya, and their mentor, Mr. Kannan, and they are from Tamil Nadu. And their proposed innovation is smart electric tractor. The next team is Virya Paramita Energy Private Limited, and the team Sauvik Pal, Sai Arun Kiran, Karthik Sunkara, mentor Dr. Atmanan MA, and they are from Visakhapatnam. Their proposed innovation is a defense surveillance system powered by a wave energy converter. The next team up is Electrometa by Dr. Sunil Anil Patel, Momita Roy, Mansi, Ravineet Yadav, Mr. Siddharth K. Desai, faculty and student team category, and they are from Mohali. The next team up is Plantex, Dr. Avneet Samanta, Tilak Raj Mehti, Subir Samanta, Saumya Jyoti Pramanik, and their mentor is Professor Siraj Datta, and they're from West Bengal. Proposed innovation for portable plant tissue culture with environmentally friendly cooling. The next team up is Smart Sol, and their team is Parnika Gupta, Ankit Chauhan, Sanjay Raghuvanshi, and their mentor, Mr. George Das, and they're from Delhi. And their proposed innovation is Edge AI Polyphase Energy Meter with intelligence. The next team up is from VIT Spartans, and their team comprising of Dr. Shivakami K, Mohammad Sajid, Shreya Pacheri, Purushothaman, and their mentor is Mr. Sriram Narasimhan, and they are from Vellore. And their proposed innovation, resource recovery from used sanitary using thermochemical methods. The next team up is Hydro Toilets by Anusha Ganta, Kadambri Bhaskaran, Shubham Anurag, and their mentor, Professor Indumati Nambi. And of course, they're from IIT Madras. The proposed innovation, production of biohydrogen from urine using nano aluminum particles and fuel cell adoption for conversion of hydrogen to electricity. We now move on to the next theme, which is the material theme, and we'd like to invite upon Mr. Mani S. to join the other guests on the dais, who is the EHS of Murugappa Group. The first theme is Apratima Biosolutions. Dr. Kavya Manjunath, Mohanapriya E., Archana MC, Rohit Roy, and their mentor is Dr. Sriram Raghavan, and they're from Bangalore, and it's an AI-based enzyme engineering for plastic degeneration. The next team is ETA 6, which is comprised of Meenakshi B., Ilangathir, and Selva Pratap, and their mentor is Mr. A.V. Jnana Sambandam, and they're a team from Coimbatore who is into upcycling of biodegradable waste to sustainable animal feed using black soldier fly larvae. The next team up is Green Aadhar, and their team is Panchal Nikhil Kumar, Rajnikant Pai, and Abhijit Bhakte Arun Kumar, and their mentor is Dr. Sameer Joshi, and they are from IIT Madras. They are into digital infrastructure. The next team up is Insect Farm Private Limited by Anup TV and Rohit Corvi, and their mentor is Justice Dr. Jyotimani Palanichami, and they are a team from Velo, and they are into affordable, nutritious chicken feed produced by volarization of MSW using black soldier fly larvae. The next team up is Sanipad Bin by Team Parul, Arun Kumar, Abhishek Singh, Dr. Ronak Dankar is their mentor, and they are a team from Gurgaon. And their proposed innovation is an integrated bin to recycle cellulose to biodegradable napkins. And the next team up is Arima Aran by Deepthi Abraham, Vijay Prakash, Manoj Manikam, and their mentor is Mr. Sriniti Vihasini and Nirmala Devi, and they are from Chennai. They are into Vale Peat, which is a banana plantation post-harvestation management solution. The next team up is a retriever by Team Anusha Vishwakarma, Amber Chaturvedi, Bhavani Savat, Vyomesh, and the mentor is Dr. Subrata Haith, and they're a team from Patna, and they are into integrated biotechnological approach to recover metals from Li-ion batteries using enzymatic biophenton process. The next team up is Compost Tiles by Ayush Gupta, Anuj Prajapati, Dr. Akhilesh Bharve, and their mentor is Mr. Rajkumar Mohnani, and they are from Maulana Azad Technology, National Institute of Technology, Bhopal. And they're into development of pet waste and bamboo-based composite tiles. So the next team is Surya Shakti, Dr. C. Subramaniam, Shubham Tiwari, Anuj Bangad, and Advait Patwardhan. And their mentor is Dr. C. Subramaniam, and they're from IIT Bombay. And their proposed innovation is NCF coating, transforms the dormant surface into a functional device. We move on to the next theme, which is the soil theme. And I'd like to now invite upon our own alumni, N. Suresh, who is also a director of Unicorn Blue Holdings. I'd request the audience to please give a round of applause to the recipients. The first team who is about to accept the award for the soil, Agnikat, which is by Sasikumar AP, Senthil Kumar, Sriram Shankar is their mentor, and they are a team from TN, and they're into design and development of modernizing traditional farm equipments. The next theme is Base P Sustainable Foods, and the team is Ms. Swati and Mr. Manu Maharaj, and they are into developing sustainable plant-based meat products with proteins, and they're also from Tamil Nadu. The next team up is Sandbird, comprising of Ajit Kannan, Bala Surya, and Chitarasu. They're also from Tamil Nadu. They are into smart electric power tiller. The next team up is Eco Farm, and the team comprises of Subhajit Sikdar, Sauvik Pal, Archana MC, and Rohit Roy. And they're a team from IIT Madras, and they're into composting using BSF. The next team up is Soil, Grow Your Farm, Aruneshwar MGB, Dr. Danya P, and Lakshmi Narayan M. And their mentor is Guru Shankar Selvam, and they're also a team from Tamil Nadu who are into integrated agriculture with advanced tech. The next team up is Aryaborn, Dr. Uttara Devi, Natesh Kumar Meera, Atul Kumar Singh, Rohit Roy, and their mentor is Dr. Indumati Nambi and Dr. Divakar Govindrajan, and they are into sustainable approach system to convert fecal sludge and graphite wastes into biochar. The next theme up is water, and now it gives me immense pleasure to welcome our dear board members and our alumni donors, Dr. Balasubramaniam Parashuraman and Mr. Krishnan Narayan, to please join our dignitaries on the stage. And most importantly, our principal coordinator for the center Aquamap, Professor Dr. Liji Philip, to join the dignitaries on the stage to distribute the checks. The first team is Amrivad Greenwich, Varshini Nagarajan, Varshini Vijayarangam, and Lingeshwar Rajesh. And they're from MGR University from Chennai, and they're into collection and conversion of water hyacinth plants into fibers at the point source. The next team up is Neil Hara, and the team members are Vijay Samuel, Dr. Abhirami, Akash, and Mr. Vikash. And they're from Hindustan University in Chennai, and they're into reduction of hexavalent chromium using microbial fuel cell. Can we hear a good round of applause, please? Thank you. The next team up is Puvi by Neeraja Arjun, Shreya Shivaramakrishnan, Sri Shrishti Mahesh, and their mentor Arjun Muralidharan and Shrikant RJ. They are from Chennai, and they are into bioremedy laundry solution. Next is Green Gold Sustainable Fertilizers, and their team members are Madhu Balaji, Mr. Srivatsan, Mr. Manohar Reddy, and their mentor is Dr. Sandeep N. Mudliar, and they are from Mysuru, and they're into formulation of sustainable slow-release fertilizers via microalgae-based wastewater treatment. The next team up is Clean Water by Sasikala Devi R, Kritika Ishwari, Tara, and the mentor is Professor Indumati Nambi. They're also from IIT Madras, an integrated water and wastewater technology to reduce disease burden due to antimicrobial resistance and disinfection byproducts. So with that, we have completed the top 30 grant awardees. I would like to thank all the dignitaries who have taken the trouble to distribute the checks, and a big congratulations to all the winners for this grant. All the very best in your journey ahead. Good luck.
On this momentous day, we would like to acknowledge the contributions made by our advisors, partners, and sponsors towards the CZC. I would like to call upon Professor Indumati to honor the past sponsors and advisors.
I would like to call upon Mr. Krishnan from Aquamap for receiving the hamper. And Professor Liji Philip. And Professor B.S. Murthy, sir. Mr. Raghutama Rao, sir, CEO of GDC. Shivaraman, alumnus of IITM, and Dr. Hiran Vedam.
I would like to call upon Professor Indumati M. Nambi to propose the vote of thanks.
Yeah, I think I completed my vote of thanks partially before, so I don't want to repeat it due to want of time. So my heartfelt thanks to one and all present here, all the reviewers, the judges in the interview panel, and those who have signed up to be mentors of these teams. We really, really thank you all. Without you and your support, all this would have not been possible. And sponsors, of course, they are a big, big support. They only gave us wings to the idea of having this challenge right from the beginning. Without this, again, this would not have been possible. And of course, my teams who have enthusiastically participated and went through the rigor of our boot camp for the last 3 days, from morning 8:30 to 6:30. They've been going through a very rigorous boot camp on customer discovery, business model development, sustainability. All this should be thought about in a very, very early stage. Otherwise, startups, particularly eco startups, will not be successful. It's very difficult for eco startups. So we are making them go through a rigorous boot camp, and they have survived it. And it will continue for the next 6 months. There will be periodic review, every month review. And we will all see them in 6 months with their prototypes. And I welcome you all to be here to see the working models and talk to the teams who will be maturing into startups in the next 6 months. And of course, a big, big thanks to my team here. Team, the CZC team, and also the Aquamap team. Mallika and Vijaya have put in a lot of time helping us
and all the advisors from across the world and also in India who have been helping me, advising me. And we have an operations team which looks at day-to-day affairs. I have my CEG alums also part of this operation team. So it's a joint exercise. And a lot of my colleagues have also contributed as experts in this exercise. And I would like to finally thank the press who have come in large numbers to cover this program. I would like to thank ICSR and our NPTEL team for providing all the audio, video coverage and making this whole event a very seamless operation today. Thank you, one and all. Bye. I now request everyone to stand for national anthem.
Maratha, Dravida, Utkala, Vanga, Himachala, Yamuna, Ganga, Ujjala, Jaladhi, Taranga. Tava Shubha Name Jage, Tava Shubha Ashish Mage, Gahe Tava Jaya Gatha. Gana Gana Mangala Dayaka Jaya He Bharat Bhagya Jaya He Jaya He Jaya He Jaya 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 He.
Please join us for high tea at the dining hall, and we'll come back in 15 minutes for the next session. Very important session we have for the keynote address and also the pitching of the teams. And the teams, please stay back. We will have a photo session with all of you. Please stay back. We will walk the guests to the dining hall while you all stay back. Please arrange on that.
The teams, we request you to come on to the stage for a group photograph. You could spread yourselves between the stage and the ground level, so we are able to cover everyone in the frame. We request the teams to please assemble in front of the stage.
Ms. Mallika, I would request to hand over a gift to Muttaya. He is one of the portal developer of the CZC.
Participants, please feel free to assemble here.
ஆடியோ அன்மியூட் பண்ண சொல்லு ஜூம்ல ஆடியோ அன்மியூட் பண்ண சொல்லுவாங்க.
Just to be seated. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. And I really, today, Sriram, you asked me how am I feeling? And I said extremely positive to see so many ideas and so many teams. I think we will see Indumati next year or so shaping into starting their own businesses. And as I said before, this is a great topic of Carbon Zero Challenge. What I'm going to do is going a bit on the subject of circular economy. Obviously, there is a very intimate link between circularity and decarbonization. So I'll highlight that a bit. And when I saw many of the ideas all the teams have put in, you will see that there is certainly in most of the models of business which you are looking at, they're driven by the thoughts on circularity. All right. So let's understand in very simple terms, what is it which involves circular economy? First of all, I want to make it very, very clear that circularity or circular economy is not equivalent to recycling. And that's something many people look at circularity as something which we need to look from the perspective of recycling. So it's much more than recycling. And sometimes we say that what you see in this figure, it's a little busy. The text fonts are not that large, but you see there are different 12 R's which begin right from the reduce or refuse, the first step, all the way to rethink. So there are 12 different R's. And there are many stakeholders, you will see in the outer circle, and these stakeholders get engaged when we want to look into these different 12 R's to what we say, wheel the circular economy. So circular economy is not a project. Many times people look at it, I'm doing circular economy by doing waste to compost. It's not a project. It's an economy-wide strategy, which is involving everybody literally to improve as much can we do on the value chain when we are consuming our resources. So obviously we want to look into possibilities that how can we reduce our demand first. That means refuse, avoid, prevent. And having done that, which is intimately linked to consumption patterns. And if we don't do anything on the consumption patterns, then we have a huge challenge in terms of managing our resources. So that's where we start all the way upstream. And then we figure out that how can we do a very smart design of not just of the products, but also services. And that smartness in that design may have a foundation of sustainability, that you think upstream in the way that you are going to look into your materials, the processes that you may use to produce a product. And then onwards, you will bring in the life cycle thinking in itself in the product design. So end of life and beyond end of life is already considered in the product design. So we have very interesting terms. We say design for repairability or design for disassembly. Now, these are parts of design for sustainability or D4S. Generally, you would find, and it's also happening here because we've been also doing ourselves lots of hackathons here, and most of our thoughts on circularity are still downstream. And very rarely you would see someone coming up as an innovative product and packaging design. I mean, you must listen to this observation because that's the bias on the innovator side, that they always look downstream. And my attempt today is to tell you that there are very interesting business models as we look at both upstream and downstream. So certainly, this is a topic which is going to engage with a large number of variety of stakeholders. And if you don't look at these stakeholders, when you think of pitching your business, you have a problem. So you got to look at all the stakeholders, and your business must look at how can you leverage on them, or how can you meet their expectations, and how can you involve them. Amongst these 12 hours, we split them into what we call 4 circles of circular economy. And the core or if you say the eye of these circles is refuse, reduce, and reuse. And that's cutting down the consumption of virgin resources. This is crucial, and this is more linked to behavioral change. This is more community-centric. So if you have a product or a service which is going to give an alternative to people where they can refuse what they're currently doing or reduce their consumption and get also encouraged to reuse, then we are in the bullseye. That's the first core thinking of the first inner circle of circular economy. And then there is another circle which is extending the product life, which is repair, refurbish, and renovate. Now, this particular second circle is not generally looked at, but it's a huge business opportunity. So many startups which I have been involved, for example, just repairing and refurbishing mobile phones as a service are doing extremely well today. And they are attracting a lot of venture capital because the way mobiles are being used and that they have a short end of life, you find, and everybody wants to have a new mobile phone. There is a huge secondary market. And what is a mobile phone? Actually, it is a mine of metals. And there are lots of opportunities when you come to the circle 2, the extending product life. India doesn't have today a policy on extending product life, but it has come in the business when you are given a guarantee and a warranty, and you have extended warranty schemes, and the market assessment of that size is already crossed more than 2,000 crores in the country, just providing extended product life. But some countries, some of them notably France, has a clear policy on extending product life. And a product maker must legally is bound to keep for 10 years the spare parts available so that the product is not going thrown away into the landfill, right? So you need that kind of a policy, but it's a great business. It doesn't require too much of capital investment. I'll give an example of a company. That company is very interesting that they began a repair business for the electronic equipment in the country. This was set up by an Indian American who returned to India. And within a few years, he had 24 warehouses. And if you bought, say, a Sony or a Samsung, and then you found in the first 30 days, it's not functional or not that good, and you have the possibility of returning that to the retail store that you got, all those will go to this company under exclusive arrangements. And that will go into the warehouses, and these warehouses will have experts who knew how to fix it. And that would be then sold to peri-urban market under another brand. So it was just basically repair, refurbishing business, which in the 5 years' time crossed 1,600 crores. And I asked the person who started that business that, how is it running and where do you make more money? And this is important for all of you to know where money comes. He said, it is not just the repair, refurbish service. I have a very strong knowledge management system in these warehouses. And we know exactly why that Samsung mobile phone failed. And I sell that knowledge to Samsung at an extremely high price. Today, that company is bought over by Amazon. And whatever you see, Amazon refurbished goods portal is a support company of this particular friend of mine. The point I'm telling you, that second circle of circularity is a big, big business opportunity. The third circle is where you see now, the first two circles are pretty community-centric. But as you go to the next layer, next circle, we are into return, recycle, recover, remanufacture. That requires some capital investment. And you find that this is now going more and more in the areas where scale is becoming bigger. Doesn't mean that recovery systems have to be large, they can be decentralized. But then you also then have a huge requirement to create the market who will be your buyers. So there is a market sensitivity to be looked at. When you remanufacture, there is a whole entry point of your product coming into the market, how acceptable it is. Example is Ministry of Steel. Now they have declared that even if you use recycled steel from a scrap, is equal in tendering process to the virgin steel. So you need a lot of policy backup. This in circularity increased in EU when they set up a remanufacturing council, and so was done in the United States. I've been working closely with Niti Aayog for a long, and we have made a case for setting up a remanufacturing council in India. It's very, very important that we have such a council. This will open a huge business. So that's our circle thing, third circle. But the most important is the transformative part of circularity, which is redesign. I talked about it earlier. And completely rethink. And that's what is really the future. In what sometimes we use the word transiting to circular economy, but that transition to me is transformative, extremely critical. And now that if we will see how closely it is linked to decarbonization, we are meeting twin objectives of resource security. That's very important word. Security is important. When it comes to, for example, critical metals is extremely important. While we talk about electric vehicles, we can't forget the criticality of lithium. We got to bring all these perspectives on resource security. And then you have sustainability. And for that sustainability, we feel that climate is extremely important. And therefore, decarbonization has to be achieved, which you can really propel through circular economy. So if I were to look at any product making, distributing, maintaining it so that it has a longer life, and I recycle and recover, and even remanufacture fundamentally, all the 12 R's get distributed everywhere. That's why we say that you must think of all the 12 R's. If you want to figure out where do you want to do your business, where do you want to come in and leverage, where is the opportunity? And don't forget that in this flow, there is a major role of the informal sector. You got to learn how to speak that language. You got to have much wider interest in the informal sector, just to ensure that they get health and safety, they get skills, and they work collectively. And one of the shining examples is in the city of Pune, which way back in 2006 developed a cooperation, formal cooperation, by partnering with an agency called Swatch. And that particular MOU, which is available on the web, you must see that how can one work closely with the informal sector. This is very important today. One of the venture capital company we work with from Singapore, which is called Circularity Capital. And they invest only in plastic recycling. But the condition is that the business must demonstrate their sensitivity and commitment to the informal sector. A lot of plastic comes from informal sector. And you got to be familiar. Some of you are interested in working with informal sector, what is called as a 2X criteria. The investor looks at a 2X criteria. So you got to learn the language what investor is asking. And then you got to build those ideas in presenting your business that you are concerned and you recognize the importance of the informal sector. Now let's link to what we're talking in terms of the principles of circularity to some of the key sectors to reduce greenhouse gas emission. And in terms of two major highlights, that there is every year what is called as a circularity gap report. So every year, it's a global survey. To what extent are we having what we say the material circularity index or MCI? And today we are just about 9%. About 9%. It's a very dismal situation on one side, but a great opportunity on the other side. And in fact, some more research done. I think many of you might have been visiting regularly the website of Ellen MacArthur Foundation, which has a lot of content, very, very useful, inspiring to all of you here, that much of the goals, what we want to achieve on net zero, will come primarily by transiting to a circular economy. So that's why the National Action Plan I just finished drafting for Government of India on circular economy, we have recognized that there is a great linkage to the commitment when we are talking about net zero 2070, we need a push from circular economy. And also you would see the G20 presidency that Government of India is leading this time. And I'm working with the G20 there and thematic, which we are carrying forward from the Saudi Arabia presidencies on circular economy. And a lot of discussion is happening now. How do we use different vehicles of circular economy, one of them being extended producer responsibility, which is something touching the informal sector on one hand, demanding a product stewardship from the private sector, and spurring innovation in the product design, that how can I make my product design for a better recyclability, better or ease in disassembly, and that's happening. That's really happening. One of the projects I was doing with some of the corporates, one of them being ITC, FMCG group, we discovered that EPR was used as a vehicle for innovation in the design. And that's something important. And if you want to hit upon a business, and if I looked at just packaging, it's a cross-sectoral opportunity for me in packaging. And how do I do a better packaging? And that's a big business today. And when we work with many of the packaging specialists, I mean, they're really talking in terms of greenhouse gas emission reduction. And there is a metrics one uses, and more that you study formally, life cycle assessment, you will see that gives you a driver, what to change and how to change, so that the net outcome of a package is a low carbon. So therefore, we are looking at an integrated approach towards circular economy and decarbonization. It's a busy slide, but Indumati, these slides can be shared later on, and you might like to take a closer look at how the circularity is helping us greatly, not just directionally, but also in terms of strategies to really bring in the idea of decarbonization. And there you will see in this slide something, I have a little box called inclusive business models. And that's the one here, inclusive business models. We have realized that regulations are not just enough, but we need to really step more towards business models. And in our context, we say inclusive business models. In fact, the term many times we use in our context is inclusive circular economy. We just cannot just say circular economy. So how do we identify if we were to do business in circular economy? And there are 9 different types of businesses that you can think about. You want to get into circular economy, but obviously with an interest to find solutions to or answer the carbon zero challenge. Because that's similar, right? Directionally, we are moving in a similar fashion. So what you see here in this diagram are different engagements you can do in the material flow, and there are many, many business models that are there, which will make this flow of materials lean and efficient and longer in circulation. All the 3 keywords are there. And they include right from doing business in circular supplies. This is something you all know, resource recovery, product as a service. Maybe some of you have not thought about it, but that's something we say happening. Very interesting business model. Product life extension, I talked to you a bit earlier. Sharing platforms, the term is collaborative consumption. And that goes before upstream, right? And that's another way of doing business. Facilitation service, and that has been possible more today because of digitalization. And then inclusive businesses, and I think what we would see soon is, we don't say circular economy, we say performance economy. And we are going to get to see more and more businesses, mainly inspired from the energy sector, to this patch of, area of circularity. And we'll see more and more services on the basis of performance. So this is called performance-based services. Now, I'm going to take you through each of these 9 business models, but I don't want to spend more than 1 minute on each because lunch is there. And I don't want to be in between the lunch. But again, the slides will be with you. And for each service, I have some example for you to get inspired. These examples have been drawn from different places of the world. Some of these examples are 2-year-old. I have better examples to share. But I think if you want to read, if you go to our website, we have a publication called Circular Businesses. You please download that. And that gives you interviews of 10 businesses in India. How did they think about getting into circular business? What challenges they faced? What impact did they create? And what are their suggestions to the government if they want to see more of such kinds of businesses? So you have to go to our website and then it's just available to download. So circular supply is one very interesting example I'm giving. He's called Fat Hopes Energy in Malaysia. Uses waste oil as raw material to produce biodiesel, and they supply this biodiesel to the market. And you can see there's a huge quantity of waste oil converted per year to biofuel, huge revenue generation. But now you see the scale, more than 17,000 outlets. So this particular businessman could think about scale. And this is called Fat Hopes Energy in Malaysia. So it's an example what we call as circular supplies. So you're using secondary material, secondary raw material, and not the virgin resources. But we have also example in India. EcoWare is one company which is actually using plant biomass, which we call as an agri residue, and then comes with the packaging. So you see in this slide some pictures, and we use them ourselves. And they have captured Indian Railways big time. They have captured airlines big time. Because look at this situation that you are having no issue of plastic. So that principle was, how do I get out of plastic? How do I produce an alternative? And those products, what they have supplied, have to be biodegradable and easily compostable. Now, the person who started EcoWare, her interview is in that report, which I just now talked to you about. It's a wonderful story. But what is important for you to note in this slide is it has a USDA certified bio-based product. So anything you do to convince the market, you need some authentication or certification. I saw many of you have ideas to use recycling into something. I mean, I've used the word upcycling. Many of you are trying to do that. But if you have no certification, and you better include the cost of that certification, the kind of data which you have to collect, you will fail in the market. Because now consumers are getting more and more conscious on what they buy when something is recycled. So this is the message coming from EcoWare. When I talked to her, she said that she couldn't penetrate the market until she had this certification. So when railways said that we buy in a large quantity, they said, are you certified? Is it safe? And that is the kind of a question which you have to answer. In resource recovery, we already heard today from Mr. Bailey about the bio-CNG, right? Which he is spearheading in Chennai. But bio-CNG, you have large plants elsewhere. Indore was one of the first large bio-CNG plant. I mean, they began with a 20 TPD vegetable market processing. Bio-CNG, Mysore started using for buses. So you have already some footprints of the business in bio-CNG. But BioBus UK was interesting because they looked at using sewage and food waste. And then you can see in this slide that it started collecting these sludges and the food waste, and they are running buses which are running using the bio-CNG, right? So it's a very interesting idea. And now that we have Ministry of Petroleum promoting use of bio-CNG, and why you see names like HPCL, BPCL coming forward, because now they have to, in their product mix, include bio-CNG. There are a number of such plants now running. One of the very large plants under construction in city of Pune, where they expect most of the buses in Pune will be running on bio-CNG. The other example in the textile sector is, we have many, but in the world, I mean, in India as well. But this company, Cloth Cares, is a fabric recycling company. But again, the same thing, 280 recycle bins across Malaysia, and a very large number. This is again annual figure. But the key point in this is they branded, you see, that logo, Cloth Cares 5R principles, and they're working with more than 300 recycling partners. So you need to think about a collaborative way when you're upscaling your business models. And that's quite an activity as a part of your business plan, that how are you identifying these partners? How are you nurturing your partnership? I talked about PaaS, product as a service. Nowadays we say SaaS, because it can be for any other service. But this is interesting, very interesting concept. And very early days, the mud jeans in Netherlands came up with this model that you could rent a jean instead of buying a jean. And once you rent it, it will be maintained by the company. It will be taken back, and you're free to buy another pair of jeans. And then they used some metrics, and they figured out that every jean, per jean, huge savings in water and greenhouse gas emissions. So this became an interesting concept, you know, that you don't have to buy, but you can rent. And the renting business didn't stop with jeans. And you have huge businesses on washing machines today. We have a company running from Netherlands again, which is selling as a part of the housing infrastructure, rented washing machines. The product design is done for disassembly and repairability. And then as you use the machine, it is charging. And more efficient is the machine, you pay less. That's how they compete. And they have a complete plan for end-of-life remanufacturing. So there's very interesting business models which have gone much beyond there. And you have a famous case in Schiphol Airport where Philips is selling light. They don't supply as a light bulb, but they tell, we'll give you the illumination you want and you pay for the lumens that we give. So this is again a product as a service. And that has come big time in computers that today HP in India has started, which is, I mean, there are many who will come now that you just lease a laptop and they take back the laptop. And the concept is so interesting that the ownership of maintaining the product is with the maker of the product. And that's how you will find that the business models are evolving. I think I talked already about repairs, so product life extension. One of the great examples is Fairphone, the way Fairphone has been designed, and it is repaired with a take-back and recycling methods combinations. Replenish is another interesting packaging platform on the same principles. It began in Los Angeles in a company, but now they have become Replenish as a business. That's what they do for the packaging service. And you have repair cafes. They began in Amsterdam by Martina Postma. And the idea is that set up in the city, business for repairing. You have a repair cafe in Bangalore at this point of time. But it's all over the country. There's 750 repair cafes across the world. And you know, people who are worried that they may get hit by Alzheimer's, they find senior citizens going and repairing. They want coordination between the brain and the hands. And then they tell stories about, so it's a social activity. It's a business. There's a good business model to start a repair cafe. You know, what I'm finding in Innovati many times that I go as a jury to many, hackathons, etc. I never see such models. I always will see, how do I recycle the waste, recover something from the waste? I mean, it's all fine, but we need exposure to our entrepreneurs to see huge opportunity. And that's real innovation, according to me. I'm not saying that is not, downstream is not innovation. Of course it is, but there's the scale of impact here, what we create is huge. So you have a first store which came up in Sweden, which only started stocking second-hand goods. And then when you go and shop, you have an opportunity to get trained how to repair and refurbish. So you build businesses to educate people and involve them so much so that people like to go and feel proud that they shop from Retuna. Sharing platforms and collaborative consumption is a great area. We all use Airbnb as we travel, but that's one example of sharing the infrastructure created. And that's very simple, but it looks, it's a collaborative consumption. Library of Things in UK started, where you say, why you want to buy, and they started putting in the Library of Things waste materials or something unwanted, which somebody will come and use. And that runs also as a business, and there are different items which are put in Library of Things. Now, digitalization I mentioned to you has come big time, and therefore you see a lot of applications with IoT, for example, helping in aggregation, reverse logistics, and materials management. So the Asia's largest marketplace on waste, as you know, is in Hyderabad, owned company called Recycle, but to be spelled as KAL. And we partnered with Recycle, and we see the numbers, and very interesting that how very smart mobile apps have been created by them. The example again is the Internet of Waste Things, it's called IOWT. iCycle in Malaysia is one interesting example. And there's a gamification of giving you rewards as you will get into any activity of recycle. I mentioned inclusive business, extremely important. And this is one way that you can meet the extended producer responsibility obligations. And NEPRA is one of the companies, there are many companies, focusing on dry waste management, involving informal sector, and they utilize the dry waste streams to meet requirements of EPR of a variety of the companies. And in some of them, they make use of these materials to the cement plants as a fuel. The last model is the performance-based service. And like we used to have energy performance contracting, now you have a resource efficiency performance contracting. And many of the ESCO delivery models, like the LED public lighting, street lighting projects, which are getting monies from carbon finance, you would see that this is a very interesting model, which is bringing the concept of performance economy and at the same time interest in reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And we will see more such trends. Quickly, the takeaways, what I was saying, that remember that each business model is unique, but it overlaps. And the business, for example, of producer responsibility organizations, we expect that to increase because of the EPR regulations and also a kind of a leapfrogging happening in digitalization. Facilitation is gaining popularity in the business. Public-private partnership has become foundation of many of the resource recovery models. Behavioral change, if you add as an element in your business, then integrating product life extension and product as a service, that becomes a powerful business area. Inclusive model give you both socio-economic advantages. We will see more shift to performance-based business models because they will push for innovation, efficiency, and recirculation. And therefore, we will move towards performance economy, helping us to move or accelerate towards carbon zero. So as I said earlier, global economy is just 9% circular. So we have a great opportunity to decarbonize. All business models have commonalities, overlaps, and interlinkages, and we should not do circular businesses in silos. This is very important point that you must look at it in much broader canvas and then freeze your business boundaries. Now, investors, the way we look at it, shouldn't look at investing in one business. We call this as investing in the ecosystem of the business, because that's the strategic investing to stimulate the market and create the impact. So what we want is sweet music. We don't want to listen to noise. So we have imagined so many entrepreneurs there, we need a conductor. And that's so crucial. And that's what we do. And we, in my not-for-profit company, that's what we want to do. And this is called Econet Knowledge Foundation. We have been in the entrepreneurial space for a while, but we are changing gears to look at investments, not limited to one company, but we recognize that to make that business successful, now that you saw these 9 business models, we may invest, and if we means we may urge investors to do ecosystem-based investments. I've taken longer time, sorry, Indumati, but I think whatever I knew a little bit about this subject, I could share with you. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, sir. You have successfully been through an inspiring session in a boot camp where participating team had an opportunity
Thank you so much for your session, sir. I've been working on carbon capture for industrial emissions right now. And what we are figuring out here as a problem is that carbon capture and sequestration, to meet the wholesome need, it's quite a dependency of multiple stakeholders to be coming into coordination about that. And we are trying to seek that we're just one of the stakeholders in the entire chain line for carbon capturing till the sequestration point. How is the engagement we can actually develop amongst each and every stakeholders? And secondary is the monitoring part, that what kind of compliances can we make sure that the coordination runs in harmony without disrupting? Because in this chain, even if the single stakeholder loses down, then the whole chain blocks down, and it's a catastrophic effect to the whole cascading effect to the whole line. So like what we found out that even after like we've come here to take a prototyping for the carbon capture unit, but even the technology would be developed upon unless and until the whole chain line is set into motion with the same volume capacity to meet upon. The execution is not on a scale that we wish for. So I mean, just some highlights on that. No, sir.
Yeah. Now it's okay. So I would put it this way, that for the business on carbon capture, for example, you need a policy instrument on carbon tax in terms of viability. Because of the time, I may not be able to tell you right now in detail, but please visit the Canadian carbon capture market and what the government of Canada has done to push it through carbon taxes. Then the viability comes in. On sequestration, today it's a big opportunity for entrepreneurs. So right now we are appraising a project proposed by an entrepreneur to move from a waste land to a forested land. And there are very interesting models through imageries available and with some simulation to predict the sequestration which will happen over 10 years. And there is a certain protocol to be followed to convince the investor to come in. And right now we are doing a project in the state of Maharashtra where there is a interest come from a Swiss investor. And I can talk to you and separately and tell you what kind of questions the investor is asking. But that's something which we expect in India to be growing market. It is already grown a lot in Africa right now, in Latin America also, but not so much traction yet in India. But we can talk separately.
Sure, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. My question related to the business who are depend on the policies, like how you told about bio-CNG. Because of the government implemented policy, it's came up now. Like in EPR also, there is lots of startups and digitalizations came up because of the EPR policies. And now they are providing digital technology, they are become mediator and they are creating some more complex problems also there. So what's your thoughts on that business was relies on the policies like, sir?
There is a lot of dependence, and you cited more policies from environment side. But the basic even policies in tax, sales tax as GST is one example, right? So there is always a challenge for any running business. How can you be resilient to the policy regime, which in some cases can be also unpredictable for you? So what is done that when you prepare your business model, we identify the weak points. And when we look at your profitability analysis, we question you that if these continue or they become more adverse, do you have a plan B and a plan C in place? And that's why business plan is always a scenario, right? And that's because of the changes which we expect in the policy. To give you an example, take even COVID pandemic. So many businesses, do you think they were prepared for such a pandemic? They were not, right? So we did a project for UNIDO where we worked in Uruguay, in Ghana, India, and Malaysia to listen to those small enterprises and figure out what should be the mechanism in the policies of those governments that they will, in case it happens one more time, then how can we make them more resilient? So there are messages coming from realities to the policymakers, but you as a business person should be in plan A, plan B, plan C mode.
Any more questions? Okay. Thank you, Dr. Prasad. It was a wonderful session. I'm sure it was very insightful for all the participants here, as well as for the professionals as well. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
We thank everyone for your support, encouragement, and active participation. With this, we come to the end of close of CZC 2022 Embarkment event. We would like everyone to join for lunch, and the lunch is served in the main lunchroom.
I just wanted the resource people from GDC and Dr. Ramesh and all our experts who are here, who participated in the review. Can we all assemble in front of the banner outside to take a picture quickly before the lunch? All the experts, all the support people, Sujata is here from our alumni office. All those who have been supporting Carbon Zero, please assemble in front of the banner. And I also want our organizing team, we will take one picture separately and one picture with the experts and then a combined picture. Okay? Yeah. The rescheduling of the 10 pitches will happen after that will be the last session. All the 30 teams will pitch together after the training program on the sustainability. Okay? Thank you.
So just a small announcement to the teams. And so regarding the GDC bootcamp, we would like to have your feedback. I'll be posting a link to the survey form in the bootcamp WhatsApp group. So please taking up the survey during your lunch. Okay, thank you.